had a plan, oh grand and true, to bring back a custom.
All right, looks like we're live. Shout out to the folks. Hopefully this isn't too loud. Welcome in, guys. I'm just gonna get ready. If you're tuning in after the live, I would just get forward about 20 minutes. All right. Is this live? Coffee enjoyers, sir. It is live. It is live. It's a pleasure to see you. You know, I put this poll in here now, inspired by marriage causes divorce. Start poll. Are men overpaying for women? Let's make it clear, a token of love that's sincere. You know what? Have men been paying? A timeless way to never part. There we go. Easy question. All right. Gosh, I got to get in the zone, guys. Oh my God. I've just been out doing stuff all day. 7:01. We got 11 folks in here. Blessing to see y'all. I was trying not to speak over the music, but we got to do what we got to do out here. Okay. Let me just make this smaller. Okay, we're on Twitter too. Good. All right. MCD says low value men are overpaying because they are thirsty imps there. Okay. Chad and Tyrone are getting boxed for free. They have already used your future wife. Yo, Don DeMarco, what's going on? Coffee enjoyer. It is, sir. I promise you it's live. I promise you. Okay. I got me a plate of watermelon tonight. So I ate plenty of food. And we're going to have no excuse. Nobody's getting tired over here or out of energy. I got a seeded watermelon from the side of the road today. And I bought it from some young man running that out of the back of somebody's pickup. Maybe his parents is what I'm hoping. And I paid $10 for that watermelon. And it's a good watermelon. It's a good watermelon. Yo, what up, Shah? Hey, Luke, shout out to you, man. I was listening to your song here. Black Horse Shadows. I was enjoying this, man. This is good stuff. Let me share that in the chat. Hopefully YouTube lets me. It's not. Oh, there we go. Well, if folks want to listen to that, there it is. I enjoyed it. Michael saying, it's a pleasure to see you, sir. Shout out to everybody, including Michael saying. Thank you, sir. Rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. Absolutely, yeah. Rest in peace to Hulk Hogan. That's the guy I remember seeing a lot growing up, especially. I think he went through some divorces too. Probably pretty typical of his generation and ours. But rest in peace to the legend. No one gets it for free per CGA. That's true. I mean, Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp is a Chad. He did, in fact, did not get that for free. I think, God, what did he end up paying at the grand total? Let me see this real quick. Shannon Sharp paid what? One day, 1 week. I'm seeing 23 million. I don't know if that's verified. Let me just put 23 million. She's got the house, the truck, and even my keys. My pal Shah warned me. Not seeing any reputable sites saying 23 million, but it would appear that way. So, yo, Klaus, we got a party going now that we got Klaus in the house. Shout out, Klaus. Just trying to bring out my voice here. I don't know why I feel a little quiet. Giovanni English with the $10. Thank you, sir. Big shout out to you, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that greatly. Hopefully the music's not too loud. Just showing some love, Shah. Thank you, man. That's generous of you. And love for everybody all around from Giovanni. Thank you, sir. Luke Nielsen says, good to see you all, and rest in peace for sure. I remember the Hulkster as a kid. Yeah, I bet. Oh, man. You know, like, I wasn't the biggest, like, wrestling head, but it was kind of hard for me to not watch it, because so many people were so into it, you know, and it was watchable. Let me tell you something about the dowry, brother. Oh, that's what I'm missing, my other chat. You know when you do so much throughout a week, like you forget certain things? I've been learning a lot of stuff this last week that I've had to learn. And so it feels like, even though it was just a week that went by, it feels like a lot longer of a time. Dowry brought up early. Shout out to the dowry. Can't forget this.
Your dowry, it's my right.
There it is. Luke Nielsen was on it. Post Millman and I got together yesterday to talk about the gold and the silver pills. Awesome, man. Well, I'll wait for him to post that, and we'll have to share that on the Discord. I'll be looking forward to listening to that. Shout out to you and Post Millman. Luke Nielsen says, we all love the Hulkster. He was Americana incarnate. Yeah, I'd agree with you there. Everybody remembers the Hulk in some form or fashion. You know, it's interesting too, because I mean, yeah, he passed away in his old age, but that was one that I think a lot of people really felt sad about. And I saw a lot of people make tribute posts to him. I see a lot of news of celebrities passing away or things happening or famous people. But with Hulk, I noticed that Hulk Hogan, I noticed that a lot of people that even I follow were making tribute posts to him. So I know he impacted a lot of folks. Like the video, shout out to Mr. Pitt. Salute, sir. And we got marriage causes divorce, says, with 2 Great British pounds. I think that's what that is. Thank you, sir. How do you calculate dowry? Body count times 100K? That's a good question. Something else is playing. That's a good question. I'll say that. Yo, Luke, are you okay with me playing your song? I think I got time for one more song. It's not really dowry related, but I think it's pretty cool. If you give me the assent, sir, I will play the song, and we'll extend the wait period another 4 or 5 minutes. Today we have a discussion with It's Complicated channel and Just Pearly Things, so 2 of our favorites over here. And it's a 2-hour conversation. Don't know if we'll get through the whole thing. But it should be a fun conversation. I have listened to it once when it first came out. This thing got a lot of views, 164,000 views, and it got a lot of comments. So we'll be able to read about some of that. We also got a thread about a sugar baby who's 32, and she's trying to figure out what to do next. We'll decide whether or not we want to read that first or start in. I kind of just did this. I was thinking about this as a warm-up. It's pretty short. And, for the folks out there that know about the sugar babies, this might be interesting. And let me just get this going on here. This is from our brother Luke Nielsen, who's in the chat with us today. Let me start that over. So we won't make it too loud. Hopefully that's okay for you guys, if you can hear me comfortably. I like the style of song, and I was like, oh man, like this is a cool style for like an opening song for the stream.
Through the dust of Iskandaria's dawn.
Thank you, Luke. My ex-wife's body count was 304. That was a great interview. Absolutely it was. So we'll be moving to that. We're almost to 10 minutes. I say once this song is done, we'll just get straight to the fun, guys. I like this. I like the symbolism of a black horse. I don't know what it is. I just think it's cool. Man, I'm a watermelon enjoyer today. This song will get you going right here, man. Let's make you want to conquer some stuff.
Dawn patrols, we sweep the narrow ways, clearing roads where death and metal lays. Eyes on rooftops, scanning for the glint. Every face a puzzle, every word a hint. High value targets, we hunt through the haze. Surgical raids in the
I like the lyrics too.
Fears a companion, it grips, but we shove.
Almost there. I just want to give this song some shine.
Black horse shadows, we ride through the fear. Steel in our spines, though the end's never clear.
Let me give you guys a music video for it.
Where the silence screams loud for the troop, for the mission, we stand tall and proud.
This is the Dowry Finding soundtrack right here.
My moodiest ghosts still whisper their pain, and bars winds carry echoes of the slain. We guard the people, their safety our vow, though insurgents strike.
So this one is it's a different AI song site. It's called The Refusion. I was just listening to some Linkin Park while I was in Canada, actually. Man, I gotta go back and listen to like all the albums, man, because I was listening to some and I forgot. Like I knew, but I forgot. Really, I did. How amazing some of those songs were. I want to go in my car right now and just blast some Linkin Park. Man, anything from like the first two albums. Play Luke's Ashes of Valor. I don't mind doing that. Let me see if I can find it. This one's almost done. Oh, here it is. Oh wait, oh, no, hold on a second. Oh wait, that was in the Discord in AI content. Oh dang it! I don't actually know where it is. I'm sorry. Forsaken. We got Uproar. Iron Faith. Sounds pretty cool too. Oh, Ashes on My Hands. That's not Ashes of Valor. Is that the same one? Shadows of the Sand. Yeah, that I really liked that one when I heard it. Dang it. Throne of the Forsaken, Between Two Shadows. Shadows of the Sand. Let's do Shadows of the Sand. This one won't let me show the lyrics, but I'm doing this to celebrate the folks. Thank you, Luke Nielsen. One more song, guys, and then we'll move it to the next thing. I'm thinking we'll do the Sugar Baby thread first, just because it sort of fits the path. You know what I mean? Sorry, this watermelon is too good. It's like the perfect texture. It's not powdery. It's the right sweetness level. It is very nice. It is not a neutered watermelon like these seedless watermelons you get at the store. This is some side of the road realness right here. Luke says it's a reference to the 11th ACR Black Horse Regiment. Oh, nice. All right, shout out. I knew it was something military. I wasn't exactly sure. Shout out to them. Marriage causes divorce. Sugar Baby should set up an OF and then go on the whatever Fresh and Fit podcast tour. Then become a tradcon and get married with no dowry. Exactly. That's pretty damn good, MCD. Literally, she has a path set out for her, and that's what it is. Fantastic. Groke helped with the lyrics. Nice. Suno obviously analyzed Linkin Park's Mike Shinoda. Hold up, I'll link it. Oh, dang. Ashes down my pants. Sound is good. Good job. It is, yeah, I'm really feeling this type of music. Luke's got a musical aspect about him. Play Juicy J, Bands Make Her Dance. Fortunately, that'll probably get us copyrighted. The nice thing about AI music, guys, is like I can play it on stream. I mean, so assuming you haven't posted it on like YouTube or something, I think that's how it works, or copyrighted it. But yeah, we'll move on for this, just so we can get into it. And I think we know what the itinerary is today. Again, shout out to Niels here on Suno and Luke Nielsen. And we're going to get into this. I just saw this throughout the week, and I thought it was, and it just caught my eye for some reason. And I follow this subreddit. It's called Find a Path, because, you know, I understand how tough it can be, especially for young folks like in their early 20s, or you just get out of school and you're trying to figure out how you're going to do this, especially in the economy that we live in. And there's challenging stuff going on, you know. But then there's people who just kick the can down the road. You know, and they are just like, you know what? I'm not even going to think about this. And they're not planning. They're not worried about the future too hard, as long as times now are good. And this seems to be the case for a lot of sugar babies. I think there are some sugar babies out there that make it happen differently, or they'll figure it out, or some of these OF ladies will buy themselves a house. Then there's the other ones that just spend the money, and they just, you know, the years go by, and, you know, who knows what the heck they're spending it on. They don't even know, frankly. And they end up like this woman. So this is Find a Path. Dumped. So this is a 32-year-old woman, and she was dumped. So she's a dumped sugar baby at a loss on what to do moving forward. Real quick, let me just end the poll here real quick, just so we can get past that. And the poll, 100% says we're overpaying for women. All right, well. We got no dissenters there. Okay. I'll be honest with you. If we were going to make that 14 votes, mine would be yes, too. The title says it all. Struggling to find a path and even how to navigate life from here on. I don't know who I am, how to move forward, how to find passions, and how to be a person/citizen. I've realized this too late. Dang, when you've been sugar babying so hard, you forgot how to be a citizen. Like, you're not even sure how to participate in democracy. The freaking dragon's tail took you so far up into the stars. I realized this too late. Okay. In a nutshell, I've been a sugar baby for the past 12 years. You know what? I don't want to do this on screen, but I'm going to click on her username and see if there's any sugar baby tales in here. Let's see if there's anything else. Nope, just one post. Okay, so it looks like it's in a non-account. Okay, in a nutshell, I've been a sugar baby for the past 12 years. So she was 20 years old, and she was like, I'm tired of community college. And her, you know, girlfriend told her about seeking arrangements, or, you know, whatever sites there are for that. I know about the seeking arrangements. And she was like, okay, let me give that a shot. And then she did it for 12 years. We met on an app when I was 20. I wonder what app that was. And he put me up in an apartment, paid for my lifestyle and expenses for the past 10 years or so. Damn. Anybody want to do the math on that? You know what? We're going to do a poll there real quick. How much do you think it is to pay for a woman's apartment and, what did she say? Apartment and lifestyle. Oh my God. For 10 years. Gosh. For 10 years. I don't even know where to start on that. I'm going to put 0 to 100,000. Okay, 100K. Oh, you know what? Let me add another option. I'm going to start 0 to 100K here. I just think this will be a fun. I'm trying to do the math in my mind right now. God, 10 years. 360 months of paying for a concubine. Okay, then we'll do between 100K. We'll just say 101K through, let's say 250K. I don't know if that's enough, honestly. I'm just gonna put God, the lifestyle, the apartment. You could do the math on the apartment, but lifestyle and just involves so much. You know what I mean? Through 600K. God, no, it's got to be way more than that. Let me just put 700. All right, 700K plus. That's starting to sound pretty high. Let's just go plus. I like doing polls, guys. I like doing polls. Luke says, Mr. Pitt says all men pay. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams. Luke Nielsen says it's actually sad. These women lose themselves in their pro tuition. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I almost didn't realize. And ruin their character. Absolutely. Yeah. More than I'd pay. Yeah. That's crazy. 1 million. Yeah. 1 million. So she found herself a big fish. She found a whale. 304K. Oh, damn it. I missed a good opportunity there. That was a good one. All right. I'll leave that up there. Okay. Dang. So we met on an app when I was 20 and he put me up in an apartment. Paid for my lifestyle and expenses for the past 10 years or so. It was a lush lifestyle. I traveled extensively. So this is the woman that you see on Instagram that's in Greece and Paris and then doing all the stuff. And then she's in Bali. And then she's in all these places. Ate lavishly and saw the world with him. For him, it was probably his second or third time going to these places, And it's as though I lived in heaven. Dang. It's as though I lived in heaven. This is what heaven is to them. It's as though I lived in heaven for the past decade and now have been dropped flat into hell. Dang. So this is like Lucifer herself just kicked out. You know what I mean? And forced to deal with the rest of us, I guess, normal folk and people she wouldn't have deigned to even be around normally. Ride the bus? Are you kidding me? I wasn't sure what was going through my mind, why I didn't plan for the possibility that he would drop me like a bomb one day. I just didn't want to think of the possibility. I didn't do much at all except to keep him company, go shopping when he was at meetings, and just enjoy life, really. It almost seems unbelievable, but I do believe it. It's just so crazy. I don't know. I mean, as far as a fake post goes, no work experience whatsoever. Sounds about right for a sugar baby. I mean, she must have been doing something. Very little discipline and nothing on my CV whatsoever. I have a little to fall back on in some money I've made from selling some of my gifts and things received in the past. Oh, okay, so they're calling it gifts. It's paid for the room that I am renting. But otherwise, I am depressed and my mind is so blank every day out of fear for the future. Dang, so she hit the wall pretty hard. And it's crazy because it sounds like she doesn't have any other family to rely on. Maybe she did, and then for 10 years, she was just like, screw you, family. I don't care about working and contributing to the family pot. Screw you, mom and dad. I figured it out. I'm in Greece. I'm in Paris. I'm in Tokyo one night. I'm in Bali the other night. Now we're over here in Cancun. We're just doing all these amazing things. And now she's out here renting a room with some of the jewelry or whatever it is that she has, some gifts. But otherwise, I am depressed and my mind is so blank every day out of fear for the future. I don't know what I'm expecting. I expect some harsh words and judgment for the naive way I've just skirted through life. How on earth does one find oneself after something like this? You know what's crazy about this? I can't help but think at least she doesn't have student loan debt. I mean, she didn't mention credit card debt or anything, or student loan debt. I mean, there are people who went to college and did all these things, probably have a fairly respectable degree, and then have, a large amount in debt. And then there's this woman who's just been getting paid to exist and do some naughty things here or there. Let's be honest. That's probably what was happening in that private jet she was on. Y'all already know. 304K. Women aren't loyal these days. Of a higher class. Shout out to you. I don't know if this is my first time seeing you of a higher class. Luke Nielsen says she's ruined. Fact. Reference Alpha Widow. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh my gosh. All men pay. Does Chad pay? Well, again, Shannon Sharp paid $23 million allegedly, and Shannon Sharp I think qualifies as either a Chad or Tyrone. I think he fits the bill. Sometimes Chads do pay, definitely. According to Coach, all men pay, which would include the Chads. Giovanni English says, hence they can never look at men the same way. It's a double-edged sword. Very true. Like, that woman was high for 10 years. She was high. You heard her. She said it. She was in the clouds. Everything was paid for. Charged it to the company card. It was a tax write-off for that guy, probably. I'm sure he found a way to do something like that. Peter Wright. Shout out to Peter Wright. Pleasure to see you. In Australia, they now have a law about married men owing mistresses if they cut them off the lifestyle. No way. That's crazy. And same women are now legally entitled to take part of his inheritance if he dies. What? Oh my God. I mean, it's probably too late for me to find anything about... Oh my gosh, that is insane. The inheritance, I think, shouldn't work unless they have a child by the man. No way. Oh, here we go. Mistresses, de facto relationships, and inheritance. In Australia, the law recognizes the rights of individuals in de facto relationships, which can include relationships previously referred to as mistresses or if even affairs. Oh, no. This is bad. I don't know. Australia finds its way into some weird things. This is very strange. Particularly when it comes to inheritance and property settlements. Wow. Sorry, I haven't done a more dive on this, but we're just going to have to rely on the Google here. Here's a breakdown of the key legal considerations. A de facto relationship, okay, as opposed to de jure, is when two people, regardless of sex, live together as a couple on a genuine domestic basis but are not legally married or related by family. The law treats de facto relationships similarly to marriages. Gosh, is there like an exodus of men going on in Australia right now? Like, is everybody just abandoning ship? Because that's too much. It's like, I wonder if prostitution's actually legal in Australia. Like, I think if you have laws like this, prostitution should at least be like on the books legal so that you can say, this was this, I don't owe you anything else after it. I mean, just for a square deal, which that's a rectangle, but you know what I mean? It's something ain't right over here. To claim these rights, an individual must establish the existence of a de facto relationship by presenting evidence. Well, Instagram and social media is definitely going to help with this. The duration and nature of the relationship, whether they live together. Okay, cohabitation. So that's kind of like a common law. I know Australia, I think, has common law. I don't know if that's true throughout the country. Whether they live together, if they had a sexual relationship. Okay, so if there was sexual things going on. Financial dependence and interdependence. I had no... See, so that would be this lady right here, right? This is going to be the financial interdependence or dependence, right? So he paid for... he put me up in an apartment and paid for my lifestyle for 10 years. Like, it's crazy. You can pay $700,000 plus, according to this poll, for 10 years of this woman's life. And in Australia, the government's going to say you still owe her because she doesn't know what to do now. You can have no children with this woman. You can be not legally married. You can pay all her expenses. And then when you stop, like, you're abusive for stopping and you need to pay and it's unjust. That's crazy. There's no go back to your parents' house. There's nothing. There's no get a job. Wow. Peter, you are blowing all of our freaking minds over here. Like, that's crazy. Ownership, use, and acquisition of property, mutual commitment to a shared life, care and support of children, public perception of the relationship. My guess is a lawyer probably only has to establish like a couple of these, probably not even all of them. Oh, we got a picture of a sugar baby in the Discord right away. Yeah. Yeah, this is her coming after that, and now she's working. She better start flipping burgers or doing something. It's like that picture, like the GI, I can't remember who that was. The one with the lady with the bicep, Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. Generally, the de facto relationship needs to have lasted at least 2 years or involve a child. Okay, so it's not and, it's or involve a child. Or one partner made significant contributions to the relationship or its assets. Okay, well, or one partner. They didn't say both partners. They said one partner. That's a little, And it would be unjust not to recognize these contributions. Inheritance. If a person in a de facto relationship dies without a will, their surviving de facto partner has similar inheritance rights to a married spouse. Okay, contesting a will. Court considerations. We'll consider assessing claims, length of the relationship, financial contributions, future needs, any moral obligations. Moral obligations? We still have these? Of the deceased towards the de facto partner. Payments to mistresses. Okay, here we go. The historical view was that agreements for meretricious. Ooh, I learned a new word today. Meretricious.
Meretricious.
Apparently attractive, but having in reality no value or integrity. Wow. Gosh, well, how many meretricious, folks do we know out here today? Relating to or characteristic of a prostitute. Meretricious.
Meretricious.
I want to learn about the etymology of that word now. From the one place that I like to look at this. Meretricious. 1620s, pertaining to harlots. From Latin, meretricius, of or pertaining to prostitutes. From meretrix, prostitute. Wow, literally, that's the first time I've ever heard meretrix as far as like this goes. I've heard a lot of other words for this, but literally woman who earns money. Wow, okay. From merari, to earn gain, to get a share of something. Gaudily alluring by false attractions is from 1630s. All right, well, we learned. That was fascinating. All right, real quick, I'm going to just look at some more of this. Spousal maintenance. Okay, so the historical view is that agreements for meretricious sexual services, providing sexual services for reward, were against public policy and thus unenforceable. However, this legal position has been challenged, and the enforceability of such contracts is subject to debate and evolving legal interpretation. If a long-term affair with financial support and other factors meets the criteria of a de facto relationship, the mistress may be able to claim spousal maintenance or of a share of the assets if the relationship breaks down. Wow. Well, shout out Peter. That is, you just educated us. You educated us today. You educated Shah. That is, that's interesting. I forget the name of the legislation, but it was in the newspapers a decade or so ago. Wow, yikes, Australia is a no-go for men. Yeah, I know. It's like, are they all jumping ship? The last 4 women I dated cheated on me. I gave them everything they wanted, emotional, physical, and material, gave it 100%, and these loose women spread it for anyone who comes at them. Let me tell you, sir, that is a story that has been told many a time. Guys in Australia are doing this right now. She is a predator. She took advantage of his natural lust mechanism for her own financial gain. Thankfully, he escaped. Checking in from the beach, San Diego. I love my freedom. Shout out to you, Timmy. San Diego is a beautiful spot. I've been to San Diego once before, and I liked San Diego. Very nice place. Very nice place. I don't know if I'd live there. It's pretty expensive, and it's kind of far away from, friends and family for me. So, great place to visit. Peter Wright says, and if you want to go to Tijuana while you're down there, I mean, you're not super far away. Imagine the shock of the legal wives to suddenly find out about the mistresses and the legal obligation it shares to see. Wow, that is like probably the most important point for this whole thing. It's really not fair to the legal wife at all. So she's been sitting here doing the married thing, being the wife. And then suddenly, like, husband passes away. All of a sudden, there's a claim on the estate from some random woman, and you're like, "Who's this woman? Is it his? Did he have another daughter or something I didn't know about?" No, it's his mistress that he was seeing for about 12 years, and all of a sudden, like, half the estate's gone. God, who knows? That's crazy. I think even Chads pay. Rest in peace, Tom Brady. Rest in peace, Johnny Depp. Rest in peace, Brad Pitt. That's true. They do pay. Australia, sometimes, Chads pay the most. They just manage to get further down the line, in ignorance, not worried about anything because everything seemed fine. And then they realized that things were not as they seemed. Australia's cooked. Dowry will never be a thing in Australia. Oh my gosh. Man, I thought Germany was bad, but Australia seems worse. And it includes, gosh, even North Korea's looking better right now. Sorry, guys. And it includes more than live-in de factos. It's casual long-term mistresses as well. This is totally a law that like can be abused by attorneys. You know, it just, all you need is the family law attorneys to get a hold of this, and suddenly like it can count for a lot of things. Like they will find a way to make it count. Crazy. Mr. Pitt says, I found a picture of the sugar baby put in Discord of a higher class as last girl I dated, had planned on getting married, and she cheated on me on a cruise, got pregnant. Wow. Her new boy toy got her arrested and left her for heroin. Sir, you were involved in... You ever see those cartoons where like two things start fighting and it becomes like a tornado dragging everything in it, and there's like a bunch of dust around it, like a Tasmanian tiger? You know, that one guy that was in those WB cartoons? You got caught up in one of those, sir. I'm glad you made it out and that you didn't pull the trigger on the marriage. Australia is more aggressive than the U.S. with respect to feminism. F-buddies qualify. Gosh. That's crazy. You know, I was thinking about today about inheritance and dowry, of course, because I was reading about dowry and I was thinking about inheritance. And I started thinking about poly relationships, and I was thinking about changes in California law that were made to accommodate these kind of polyamorous relationships. And then I started thinking about property rights. And the thing that I started thinking about for inheritance was I went into my neighbor's house today, and I used to live next to this older couple, and I went to school with their grandkids, and we're friends to this day. But I went in there today to help them out with something, and the house is vacant, owned by, you know, the son now, his uncle. And they had a white peach tree in the backyard, and he let me take as many peaches as I wanted that I could reach. I have a regular peach tree. Anyways, so I was in there and I was talking to him, you know, and he was telling me about that. And like, there's this other grandma's house from his father's side. So there's these two, he was like, we got two vacant houses in his family now. And I was like, that's a beautiful thing, you know, and I watched his family for years. And I was like, this is the result of good family living right here. Like, I've never saw a divorce in his family. And it's just after enough time, if people really can keep it together, that's what happens. You get property accumulation and you're in a good situation. And then I started thinking about inheritance and the devolution of the property, you know, when the time comes and what that looks like, and you know, all these different kinds of things. And then I started thinking about polyamory, and it's like, you know, that's something we'll there talk about love or whatever, but it's like, if you're actually in this like multi-person thing, when it comes time for the property to dissolve or to transfer, when it comes time for the wealth transfer at inheritance, what does that look like in a poly relationship? So say two people bought the property, and then they got in a poly relationship with this person, but that person was with them for years, 10 years. And then suddenly they're breaking up. And if they're in Australia, this person can be like, I want this. Like, it's just a giant cluster out here. It's a giant cluster. She's out there fixing meat. Yes, she, yeah, I get it now. Oh my gosh. Mr. Pitt, thank you for saying that. She out here fixing some meat. Fantastic. That's beautiful. Rest in peace, Australia. Rest in peace, Canada. Rest in peace, UK. Oh, gosh. Keep up on your will, like talked about last week. Yup, keep up on your will. And if you do get remarried, redo your will. Because that marriage in some places is going to make your prior will void and null. Something to know. Put that in a rap song. Meretricious. These meretricious 3L foes. I'm trying to think what to rhyme meretricious with. So delicious. These meretricious 3 so delicious. Oh man, yeah. Suno could do something with that real quick. Shout out to you for the super chat. Thank you, sir. As a rich Chad, how much dowry will you ask for? Oh gosh. No, sir, I'm not. Well, I'm in an okay position. Rich would be a huge stretch. You know what? What would be a decent deal for me? To be honest, and this is cheap. This is like a steal. This isn't even me looking out for like my full interests. I would just appreciate a similar amount invested into the home we are going to buy for our family. Because like I don't really care to buy a house, you know, unless I really needed one. But I would buy one if I was getting married, because then, you know, that would be the marital home. And in terms of dowry from her, I would appreciate at least a matching down payment to me. Now, you know, if she was going to be staying home, she should just be putting the down payment down, $100,000. The way I usually imagine it is that she'll have 100, I'll have 100, however, from savings or whatever, and then that'll make 200K into a house that we work to pay off. Now, if I'm the only one working, could be the case, then, you know, I'd be still paying off that house. And if we got divorced, I would still lose money. But having somebody at least match my down payment would be something I would consider. And that's not even asking too much. I don't think so. So I would still get screwed over in terms of alimony and child support, but it would be something that if someone said that to me, I have this, I have that, it's going to be in both of our names, I would consider that. And again, that's still not an even deal. It should be they paid the down payment, I put nothing in, and then I'm continuing to pay off the house as she stays home and, you know, bears the children and then lives with the children until they're old enough to, you know, wipe their butts and make an omelet for themselves every now and then. To which case she'd probably start working again and doing something. This would be at least something more akin to, you know, that would be something that would make sense right there. Okay. Thank you, Marriage Causes Divorce. I appreciate you again for that super chat, sir. The upshot, men too can have sexual affairs with cashed up women and then access the purse. Exactly. Man, where's my sound effect?
And there's nothing more important than marrying a wealthy woman.
And at this point,
I'm gonna teach you tricks.
You don't even got to marry her. In Australia?
Dumb lady that loves
I like the sound of this.
Comes from a family full of perhaps oil money.
Yeah.
And then you,
Peter, you're a genius, sir. And you just keep doing this. You know what I mean? You got one here, you got another one there. They saved up some money. You're in a relationship. Try not to get caught on the T app, though. All right, just watch out for the T app. Family law pros are a special breed of vulture. Absolutely, they are. Wait till the bots come, and then they give them rights. We have a brothel with dolls in Berlin. I think they even added AI lately. No robots yet. Wow, they have actual brothels for that. That's crazy. Elena, shout out to you, Elena. Hi, Shah and everyone. What's her dowry? Absolutely. No dowry, no deal. All right. Well, okay, guys, let's move into this. No work experience whatsoever, very little discipline, and nothing on my CV whatsoever. So she's selling some of her gifts to pay for her room that she's renting. I don't know what I'm experiencing. I expect some harsh words. Okay, so we read that. Let's look at the comments. I'm sure they're all gonna, you know, be nice to her. Honestly, might try to become a flight attendant. I just don't know if that's gonna work for this lady. So she's gonna go from what she described as this to a flight attendant? Man, I feel like flight attendants have tough jobs. Like you're going up and down, up and down. The air up there is weird. You know, it's just strange being in the air all the time. Always meeting new people and travel for work, plus keeps things fluid so you don't feel stuck, which can be an issue. This woman right here is hoping she finds a gump to like marry her and pay for everything. That's what she wants. And I think these sort of post-sugar babies are like dangerous because they're generally like they're probably attractive women. I mean, I don't know how you'd pull off getting your stuff paid for 10 years. You know what I mean? And this is the woman you're going to see on Tinder that's going to talk about she wants a traditional relationship. And she's going to be 32 and you're going to be like, 32, huh? She's going to be like, I like to go to church on Sundays. I don't know what she's going to come up with. She's going to say, I like to read. I don't know what kind of hobbies go with that. She's going to have a cowboy cowgirl hat on and going to look all country. She's going to like country. You know what I mean? And she's going to be looking for you. She's going to be looking for you guys. Peter Wright with the $10 super chat. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. That's hard-earned money right there. Hard-earned money. I recognize that. MCD says, a down payment for a jointly owned marital property, or would the property just be in your name? I would say jointly owned. That would be property of the marriage right there. Property of the marriage. So, you know, that down payment from her, if I didn't put one in, would get us, I'd say, at least to the 10-year mark there on evenness. But yeah, so I would take that. Me personally, I would expect, both parties to put a payment into the house and both parties to be working or have a career. I can see her stopping her career for a bit in order, to bear the children and be with them for a bit. But then going back to something and to have something before, because God forbid we do end up in court, the judge can say, hey, you have a master's degree. Why aren't you going back to work? And she'll have to at least answer for that. They have tough jobs and are red flags for men. Yeah, I mean, flight attendants seem like one of those jobs you're kind of always around. You kind of live out of a hotel, I'd say, too. The song you requested about Meretricious 304s is in the Discord. Oh, I got to pull that up right now. Sorry, guys. We're just having fun tonight. I know you probably want me to really get to this It's Complicated thing. We're about to get there. Let's just hear about these Meretricious 304s. Oh! I love that you chose a woman's voice for this. It's like a ex-sugar baby singing this. Mr. Pitt, this is legit right here. This is a Megan Thee Stallion type stuff.
You looking too strong. You acting like a Karen, need to go home. Let it go on. You looking too strong. You acting like a Karen, need to go home. Meretricious, so fictitious. See these 304s, acting so ambitious, so superstitious.
Meretricious.
Just a meretricious.
Superstitious is a good one too.
Good friend who was close with this chick, but one day she up and left. That ain't make any sense. Took the rent and the dog. It's a cold ass world. All the rumors was true. Yeah, she really was a girl. Better go on. You looking too strong.
That's beautiful.
Like a Karen, need to go home. Better go on.
That's perfect length. 2 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. She belongs to the streets. Giovanni, Shah, the default job for ex-sugar babies is flight attendant. You didn't know? I really didn't know, honestly. Is that really true? I never thought about what sugar babies really do after. Not really. I don't know. I always thought flight attendants were models that just didn't make the cut. I mean, unless you're on a U.S. airline, then it could be anybody. But if you're on like Emirates or something and, one of them East Asian airlines, they get like these tall, like model looking women a lot of the time. And I'm always like, flight attendant. I've just always wondered, like, I always imagined them as wanting to be a model or something, and it just didn't pan out. And then like, well, I'll do flight attendant, Man, I'm going to listen to this song again. I might actually blast this from my car. It's that good. I like this. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. She's wearing a trad mask for TradCon Sims. Absolutely. We know. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. MCD, actually at the beginning of this, MCD gave us he pretty much gave her the plan right there. So this is the path. So this woman is looking for a path on what to do after being a sugar baby, and MCD has the answer. He says a sugar baby should set up an OF and then go on the whatever Fresh and Fit podcast tour, then become a TradCon and get married with no dowry. Exactly.
No dowry. It's my right.
Not to a gold pillar, though. I don't think that's going to happen. And I see, where's our brother Bass? Was he in here? I thought I saw Bass FCZ. Did I miss you, sir? There's Bass. Bass says, what's crazy to me is that sugar baby is a loser if you measure her the way you measure a man. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's true. And that's what she's running into over here because now she's like, dang, I lost my whale. She could probably still, turn some knocks out here, or whatever you want to call it. She could be on the market, so to speak, but she's probably not going to be making sales like that when you got a fresh crop of 22, 21-year-old women right behind her. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, just back to this real quick. Does anybody want the link for that song? Mr. Pitt, if you want to share that, please feel free. Okay, become a flight attendant. Would waitress while taking classes to become one, though to support yourself is a good idea. Or maybe even a cruise ship. Hey, sorry this happened. Sorry this happened. Oh, gosh. I don't know why. Every time I see a comment that starts with this, it just makes me... I don't know. I look at it with a little less hope. Despite the SD-SB relationship, it's still a breakup, and I'm sure it's confusing to navigate. Okay, we're just going to go ahead and skip this. This is going nowhere. No shame. Plenty of people lose years with addictions. I mean, yeah, she could have been saddled with $250,000 of school debt for some sort of random degree she's not working in. You're better off than they are. You have interesting stories and experiences of the world, and you have your health as well. People who lose years have to go back to their prior selves, the pre-app you, probably in school or working at something, and get to know that person again. Yeah, I'm trying to get back on track after 10 years of being an alcoholic and actively trying to stop on and off. I haven't been able to get a steady job for decades, so that's a different person. One thing I would suggest is that in job interviews, tell them that you were a stay-at-home wife or girlfriend and he left suddenly. It's basically true and sympathy can't hurt. I think your experience is unconventional, but it's still experience. Okay, so they're trying to help her out with that. Do you have any connections from your time with Sugar Daddy? The way most people get ahead in life is networking and relationships. Reach out to people you've met and say you want to get together to catch up. They may be able to help you meet your next SD or get you a receptionist job at a high-profile company or something. 32 is still young. You've had a privileged life. But you can find another one. Oh, right. So we got to find, I don't have a sound effect for it, but we got to find Mr. Right. You could see if this is an opportunity for you to figure out what you want to do, now that you're 32. You could see if there are career counseling programs through the community centers in your area. I just had a meeting with one, and I've had a corporate job for 8 years. We all got to start somewhere. Wish you the best. Hugs. Find another one. That's from the Drink Master. Okay. Okay. Seriously, just get a job at a cafe or restaurant, I guess. Oh God. Study.com, some credits. I am actually from a small town and ended up with my sugar daddy that flew me out of there. Okay, Scott. So coming to a small town near you, gentlemen. Small town folks out there, you cannot escape this. He flew me out of there and I just never went back. Gosh. He put me up in an apartment in a city, yes, but I never really navigated the city beyond getting in his car, being with him, whatnot. So she was in a city for 10 years and she never went out and did stuff. This woman stayed at home and just got picked up from the guy. I don't feel sorry for her because I think some women want to do this. They want that. They want to live that shut-in life. And, she's probably objectively attractive, but she's really not that different from a neckbeard. That is the neckbeard lifestyle, except, she's getting paid by some guy instead of having a, you know what I mean? So it sounds not that different from me. You're just staying home doing nothing. I can't have respect for that. What should I take a class in? Should I just pick one within a budget and start from there? Or something that I may like? But how do I even figure out what is useful? Does that make sense? Or could I try the waitressing thing for a while? Man, she is starting from zero. Are you back in the small town you grew up in or in a big city right now? Honestly, you can get by and pay your bills working in a restaurant cafe. I worked with the Turkish lady who was pretty much in the same situation you're in, LOL. She was older too, mid-40s, but quite attractive. There are a lot of attractive women in Turkey. I will tell you that. I went to Turkey and I was like, dang, people are sleeping on this place. You guys need to go to Istanbul. Passport bros to Istanbul incoming. She was older. What's something... Early 30s isn't old at all. What's something you want to do? Listen, they will say early 30s isn't old at all to a woman. But let me ask you a question. If you're a man and you're early 30s and you got no job, are people going to look at you and say, oh, early 30s isn't even old at all. Don't worry about it. They're going to be like, you are a 30-year-old unemployed loser with no job. They are going to, it is going to rain upon you like 1,000 arrows that blots out the sun if you're a man in this position. What's something you want to do or have some interest in? Someone else said beauty school, so that's also a route you could take if you're into fashion. Anyways, we've seen enough of this. Man, I really want to listen to this song again. We're going to have to play that at the end. All right, here we are, gentlemen. Let's go ahead and get into this. So we're going to have fun over here. Hope I didn't miss any big chats. Okay, Michael saying we got, for the dowry, do you charge less the prettier she is? Would I charge less? I think some people might. Listen, that's all probably part of the deal for some folks. I don't know if it's a 1-for-1. I think the nice thing about the dowry is that it puts beauty into a box. So beauty isn't the only thing. It's one of many things to consider. I like what Coach Greg Adams says, that, you know, beauty is pretty much community property in terms of women that are actually that beautiful. So I don't know. I think it's one factor to consider amongst other factors, which is what people did in the dowry system. I literally had an excerpt today. You know what? There is an excerpt about beauty, and this was found from Peter Wright, who sent it to me. And I am going to email this to myself and pull it up here big. Actually, I can put it, you know what? I'm just going to, let me email it myself. Okay. I'm just going to put lazy because it said ugly and lazy. Let me just pull that up for the folks. And Michael's saying, murder of crows. Man, I like your username. Okay. So this is an excerpt from a paper. I actually think I do have this paper. It says, according to their accounts, marriage had a broad material foundation. Debits and credits had little to do with romanticism or love. I think this is actually from the German paper. These autobiographies clearly indicate that in all social classes, the focus of interest was the dowry.
Your dowry, it's my right.
And the assets to be acquired through marriage. Okay, parents with several daughters to marry off acted accordingly. Quite often, the ugliest and laziest daughter was given the largest dowry and was consequently the first to find a husband. So that's it right there. So, I mean, families are looking at this and they're going to be like, man, she can't freaking fix a cup of tea if her life depended on it. And she's nothing to look at either. We better apportion this differently. So it's all part of the bargain. But that doesn't mean a beautiful woman comes in lieu of a dowry. She still comes with the dowry. And it also depends on how high up do you want to aim this arrow. You know, if she really is a beautiful woman throughout, you know, of all the land, of the whole kingdom, this woman, her beauty is legendary. Your family... You may actually deprive the ugly daughters and say, let's all put it into her and we're going to fling this arrow as far up as possible. And we're going to try to hypergamy her into the highest thing that we possibly can, you know, because they're trying to negotiate. And, you know, depending on what a family or whoever up there is looking at, they might take the deal or they might reject the deal. Quite often, I think they would reject the deal. And, you know, I'm sure there's no accident of beautiful, attractive women ending up in that building behind the tavern that starts with the B. Because people are like, I'll hit it. But, you know, I don't know if I actually want to sign a marriage contract with you. So all part of a negotiation. So I think the key thing here is negotiation. I do think that there'd be a lot of community criticism. You know, if you're high up or whatever, and you got a lot of land and property to your name, you're inheriting what's coming from your family, let's say especially a king, You know what I mean? You know, they might look at you and say, okay, so he chose a really attractive woman to be his actual wife, not his mistress, not his concubine, to be the queen that sits here and we all got to hear her stuff and watch her pick her nose. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to say, okay, this guy could have got a freaking dowry of an entire province somewhere. God knows what, trade routes, created an alliance with Spain to help hold off the French, but instead you picked her because she was hot. Are you insane? So it's all about the deal. It's about the situation, all that kind of stuff. So I would think the hotter women, you know, unless they got some good deal to offer, probably still couldn't shoot that high without them having those considerations. So it's a buffer on beauty in some ways too. Anyways, great question there, Michael saying. I just saw Dan the Man. Happy to see you in here, man. I know we're taking forever to get to this. I just saw the last chapter of Post Millman today. What you're saying is matching that video. Thank you, sir. Hey, thanks for watching that, man. I had fun doing that with Post Millman. Yeah, I was just watching. This is Sean Post Millman's last book review of Peter Wright and Paul Elam. Yep, Chivalry. That was a kind of a bittersweet thing. You know, Post Millman and I went on a little journey kind of reading this book over the past few months, and it came to a close. It came to a close. I wonder if widows and divorced women still paid dowry. Well, they did. A famous example is Eleanor of Aquitaine, named thusly because the province of Aquitaine came with her as dowry. And she was first married to, it was one of the Louis. She was married to the King of France. I think Louis V or something. Let me see if I can find this. Eleanor of Aquitaine. Husbands. Eleanor. Okay, it was King Louis VI of France. And, oh, come on, Wikipedia. Here it is right here. Here are the two husbands. So first she was married to Louis VII of France. Sorry. Son of King Louis VI. And they had two daughters. And what happened is they ended up getting an annulment. So her family gave her Aquitaine as her dowry. And Aquitaine is a high income province, right? They had a lot of stuff going on over there. They were not lazy. They were producing over there in Aquitaine. Okay. She had two daughters with King Louis VII, ye old King Louis VII. And basically what happened was they got an annulment. It didn't work out. I don't know. She got the annulment, took her dowry back, and then she married another king. So we got a single mom with two kids, but she has Aquitaine, and she ends up marrying Henry II of England. Okay? So now she married, and King Henry II could have probably chosen from a lot of women, but he was like, she's coming with this province in France, and she's going to marry me, the English king. I am not the English king. You know what I'm saying? And what that did is that caused a lot of problems for France, because now, de facto, that becomes kind of an English property. So a big piece of France goes away all over to the English, and now all of a sudden France is stuck dealing with this problem, right? So, hey, sometimes you got to marry a single mom. Sometimes it's shout out to the single moms with big dowries out here. That's what I'm saying.
Dowry. It's my right.
That's what King Henry said to King Louis VII over there of France. He was just like, Aquitaine.
Dowry.
And there's nothing
It's
more
my
important.
right.
Uh-oh. There we go. So, anyways, yeah, shout out to those folks. They were having fun. All right.
Girlfriends, or they
Okay, here we go. We're celebrating our brother, It's Complicated. Shout out to It's Complicated channel. You guys are all familiar with him. We got a big backlog of It's Complicated videos to watch, by the way. We need to be doing that. So that's coming up. Let me just end this poll here for you guys. How much do you think it is to pay for a woman's apt apartment and lifestyle for 10 years? 52% said $700K plus. 39% said $301K to $700K. And 4% said 101 to 300. 4% said 0 to 100. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, I mean, God, you could maybe do it for under 700K, but lifestyle, traveling around, gifts, all this other stuff. I don't know, 700K for 10 years. Let me pull out my calculator real quick. All right, folks, let's pull out our calculator. And, you know, maybe she's kind of a snob, but for like that first 5 years, you can put her up somewhere that maybe isn't as expensive. But you do want her conveniently close to where you live so that you can go hit her up. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Let's do it on the high end. All right. Let's say rent was $2,800 a month just for rent. This doesn't include cell phone, all the other things. And we're going to times that by, what was that, 10 years? 120 months, I guess. Ah, damn it, I lost it. 2,800 times. She was doing it for 12 years, but I think she said she was with this guy for 10 years. Okay, so 120 months. Okay, so just the apartment. Just this sort of luxury apartment is already $336,000. That's a little bit on the high end, okay? But we got all the food. This woman needs to eat 3 meals a day. Concubines eat 2. So, you know, you got to add that in there. Of course, she needed internet, a cell phone. She needed to, you know, get some clothes on her. Probably she can't be coming out here in a potato sack. Makeup. Damn, what else did these kept women need? Birth control. That was big. She needed birth control. She was on ye old birth control. She apparently never left the house. I mean, they got to stay sane too, right? So, I mean, I guess the internet can handle that, but maybe she like had hobbies. Doesn't really sound like she had. I mean, you can hit over 700K pretty fast. Is all I'm trying to say. Yeah. Okay. Murder of Crow says factor in inflation. Yeah. I'm going to have to go with the 700K above just to put that out there. Turkish wives can be very combative behind the scenes, scolding their husbands hard. I believe it, Elena, but to be honest, I don't think it's going to be much different. You know, they say that even about Japanese women. Women from the subcontinent will get you too. You know, even American women at this point. Are American women not like that? Are they not combative and argumentative? So at this point, it's like, I can deal with it from a Turkish woman. You know, so that's all I'm saying. I'm here for this. My phone battery is dying. Watching the big TV, won't be able to leave comments. No worries. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I appreciate you being here. And, you know, I know you got to go once dinner's ready. Great show as always. Thank you for that, Elena. Shout out to the folks over at the Resurgence. Just out of curiosity, Elena, is there a cultural group whose females would generally be a good catch? Klaus says you are spot on. We have a lot of Turkish people here, and I would be very cautious with Turkish women. I've seen some real dragons in action, man. Ooh. Oh, gosh. Are you up for the challenge? Are you up for the challenge? Is this why Istanbul has been slept on? Maybe that's it. Nope. Luke, women are everywhere. They have the same female nature exacerbated by the feminist BS. Come on, guys. Give a like. Thanks for the likes, folks. Yeah, please hit the like. 1010 for virgin, 0 dowry, mid 304, 500K dowry minimum. All right, let me ask another question, and then we'll move on with this. Would you marry a single mom with a fat dowry? You know what I'm saying? With the fat dowry. We're just going to put yes or no there. I'll let your imagination decide what fat dowry is. All right, so sorry, folks. Real quick, Mr. Pitt. King Louis was out there like, which one of these broads has the richest father?
Which one of these broads has the richest
exactly. Father? Exactly. All right. Do you have the stomach? Oh, God. I have to.
Do you have the stomach to watch a girl that you really love?
With the fat dowry. All right, move in.
Femininity is almost an excuse for women to avoid accountability. Women control access to sex. Sex is the ultimate power.
Shout out to Pearl.
And women know this, and women abuse this. Because right now it's men competing for the women. All the dating advice online is all about what men need to do to get women.
That's what we've heard. We heard it from Scott Galloway. We hear it from the tradcons. We hear it from the feminists. And we also hear it from red pill dating gurus. Let's just be honest about that.
There are feminists exploiting those lonely men to try to sell them OnlyFans. And there are tradcons exploiting those lonely men to try to sell them marriage, which is an unfair deal. Right there. And there are dating coaches trying to exploit those lonely men to sell them courses and self-improvement.
There you go. I watched this when it first came out, so it's been a while, but right on target. What we can expect from our brother. It's complicated. The Happy Bachelor, I just want to give you some shine real quick because I think it's me seeing you here after a while. Klaus says, how much is the dowry? It has to be real high.
We all talk about the female entitlement problem. Women are entitled. Well, how do you address women's sense of entitlement without first addressing men's sense of obligation? People will say that, well, it's all natural.
Oh, sorry, make this higher.
Masculinity is a natural process. Well, then why are men shamed to be sculpted that way? Do we have to shame birds on how to fly?
Let me tell you, when I first listened to this discussion, I was like, this is cutting edge. This is cutting edge on the manosphere right now, are these topics.
Female empowerment, all about liberation and choice, while men's empowerment is all about masculinity, duty, and sacrifice, which is actually the opposite of liberation and choice. How can what empowers one gender be the opposite of what empowers the other? So for women, it's more freedom, and for men, it's more duty and responsibility. And so what's going on here, During the Vietnam War, you had women actually marching.
They really did a solid on this opening. Like, they got a lot of the, most salient points and put them here.
For, men being sent off to die in war.
Oh, I see. And now today it's like, you're not a real man if you don't fight in war. Okay,
Not
I see
only
what you're saying.
Not only that, but I mean, look at the male deletion rate, right? And it's like, okay, so why aren't women marching for those lives today?
What up, guys? Well,
I think the correct answer to okay, let me just end the poll. 67% said no, which I understand. Okay, I'm gonna give a shout out to the 33% who said yes. And the reason I'm gonna do that is because what you're saying to me is I'm open for negotiation, right? And that's what this is about. I will hear the offer, right? And if the offer makes sense, I'll consider it. Maybe I'll even pull the trigger on it. But I think something that's important as far as gold pill mindset goes is being open for negotiation, negotiating. The other 66% of y'all, hey, I get it.
welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel, and welcome to the Sit Down. Today I have John on the channel with me, the man, the myth, the legend behind the best questions on YouTube. Welcome to the show. He is the guy behind the It's Complicated channel.
Hello, Pearl. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming on. So I'm so curious, how do you come up with the questions?
Well, I guess you start to, after a while, you start to notice that women will say one thing and then what they do kind of doesn't always line up with that. And so you start to see patterns, and then you start to see double standards in behavior. And so I would just look at what women would say and then what they would do. Mm-hmm. Or, when you look at double standards, you kind of like flip the genders and you say, well, wait a second, would this be okay if a man did it? And that's kind of the inception of how I guess a lot of it starts.
Mm-hmm. And did you notice this from a young age, or how everyone always wonders, what's your origin story? How did you find the red pill?
Well, I mean, I think that a lot of, especially, men realize that once they get into the whole dating scene, they realize that it's not quite in their favor. There's just different.
Guys, by the way, if you want, no pressure, but if you want to answer that question, how you got into the red pill, I'd be interested in hearing. It is a curious thing. How did you run into that?
Struggles that they go through. I'm sure women go through struggles as well, but men are kind of expected to be the pursuers and the initiators. And then, some of the earliest questions that I thought of was, it's like, well, women would say that they want a nice guy, but then they continually go for these bad boys who would kind of, F them over and stuff. So it's like, do women even know what they want? And, I would start to hear other, people say things like, women are emotional, and then I just started to dive a little bit deeper and say, well, what's really going on here? And I just figured, okay, let me just see, what women say when I try to challenge them on why they kind of believe what they believe.
And so when you started doing the interviews, what were some of the biggest, what were the most common answers that you got where women's actions didn't match what they were doing?
Real quick, Dan the Man says, for me, it was Fresh and Fit. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, one of the more popular shows, I think red pilled a lot of people. Michael Sand says, people forget you marry a single mom, you marry the ex-husband and all the relatives of the child's father's side of the family, including child support, alimony, and constant contact through visits. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're going to be seeing some other people. Alex says, for me, it was Paul Elam. Shout out to you, Alex. Shout out to Paul Elam. Absolutely. Paul Elam was in the game way before, a lot of these folks who are now, very much so. So that is, you can even say, the seminal origin point for the red pill. MCD says, for me, it was a brutal divorce. Lost 70%. Damn. Okay, I get it, MCD. I really get it with... I get your perspective a lot more now. I mean, I thought I did, but now I really do. 70%. Damn. Oh, my gosh. I got to do something for you. That's all I got. I'm sorry. That's horrible, man. Dan the Man says, but also bad luck with women. I think that's ultimately what does it to a lot of us. Like, listen, I used to read the Red Pill subreddit when it was new. That was in like 2013-ish for me. It's like right after college. And I read it and I would follow it and read it. And I knew the stuff pretty well, but like, until you have certain experiences with women, that's when I think a lot of people really get it, even if you understand it on a textbook level. So there is still some experience, I think, is definitely a big part of that. Luke Nielsen says Paul Elam and divorce was red pill suppository for me. Yeah, divorce there. Giovanni says, for me, it was pre-divorce. Okay. We became roommates instead of husband and wife. Yeah, that's a thing that I hear happens all too often too. So you start to see that, and gosh, that sounds like a real tough position to be in on its own. I mean, yeah, if you're going out with someone and you don't live together, then it's easier to break up. If you got kids, you got property together, everybody's family just knows each other. It's just like friends and family. It's harder to walk away. I get it. I understand why people stick out things for as long as they do. That's a tough situation. Luke says, yeah, MCD, you and me both. Sorry, my man. It's real, raw, and rough. Happy Bachelor said, parents got divorced, and it changed the way I saw marriage and women after seeing that. Was MGTOW before I knew what it was, ran across Paul Elam stuff, and realized there were others out there. Yeah, gosh. And especially back then, too, those groups like Paul Elam's were very important. I think especially back then, men probably didn't know that such a thing existed or where to turn to. So sites like A Voice for Men were very important for saving probably a lot of men, truthfully. Yo, shout out to Luke Bora. Good to see you, man. Marriage causes divorce. Red pill has two types of guys. Guys in their 20s chasing women and guys in their 30s wishing they never met their women. Oh, gosh. Yeah, that kind of reminds me of the Roosh v. Paul Elam debate that we went over a few weeks ago. There were kind of, different angles. For me, it was the nonstop screeching. Klaus says, I was going MGTOW more than 20 years ago. When that wasn't even a thing, I realized the game was rigged and got out. I hear you on that. Yeah, I mean, for me, it was crazy. It was like I was reading the subreddit, and then a couple years after that, I started working at child support. And then I started reading thousands of divorce orders and talking to these people and seeing that kind of stuff. And, I didn't start dating till like later in my 20s. And then, so at this point now I've got plenty of dating experience, but some of those first experiences were even knowing all that red pill stuff, even having worked at child support for so long. The child support thing, I knew not to over leverage myself, but it still isn't, I think, until you go through like a really bad heartbreak that you really understand. So that's kind of how it was for me. Shout out to the folks that are heartbroken out there. Don't worry, guys. I've been there, and it's beautiful on the other side. You're going to love life again and be full of just vibrance and brilliance, and there's amazing things that can happen to you. So heartbreak gets you down, but you will heal from it. All right, moving on.
I think it really came down to the fact that, they would I mean, obviously, when they would say they want a guy, who's a gentleman and a nice guy, and then you would just kind of see how they would go for these guys who don't really care about them. And it's like, well, you want this attention from guys, but then it's like, but then it's not quite. It's like you want a certain outcome. I don't know. Like, I just noticed that most of like the dating advice that men would get was always about like, this is what you're supposed to do, but it was never about like, what are women supposed to do? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's more about how can men be a better utility. And I mean, I guess you can say at best, it's about how can you signal that you would be the best utility in order to increase options. Coach has a thing called leverage and options. So, whether it's about being a good utility and giving them that or about signaling that. However, even if you're just signaling that on a long enough timeline, you will be leveraged into it and then give them that. And this is where red pill, I have always said, is good for increasing short-term options, but it pretty much falls flat once you start having the discussion about long-term marriages, things where you have to invest yourself into. Chilton, Manuel, Rollo, red pill purists will probably say, no, as long as you maintain frame and you pass the shit test and the competition and you flirt with the waitress in front of your wife, she'll never leave you or whatever the hell it's going to be. But I think they're really stretching it to say it's important for long term. It really is not strong enough, I think, to get a good deal there.
And so it was just
like there is a burden of performance for men, but not for women.
Yeah, and so at some point, you just wonder, like, what are women complaining about? Like, why is the burden always on men? Why are men always expected to change? And then at one point, I was almost just trying to figure out, like, is dating harder for men or for women? And
that's a good question. Is dating harder for men or for women? I think a lot of people are gonna obviously say men on this side, at least for most men. I do try to think about women that are obviously not smoke shows or something like that, or even moderately attractive. There's definitely women, I'm sure, out there that probably have a hard time. Now, some of you are probably looking at me and saying, oh no, Shah, there's plenty far they can go, but the Happy Bachelor says, same here, Klaus went MGTOW in like 2002. Was crazy to find out later about the community. I think Timmy Kramer in our chat was probably MGTOW for a long time, probably around the same time too. Gamer, gotta stay gaming. Shout out to the gamers out there. How do I bring up the gold pill frame when she starts asking for marriage? Oh God, that's easy. This is what you gotta do. All right, I'm all about walking people down the line. You gotta be like, I've been waiting for you to discuss marriage for me. Yes, I've been thinking about marriage too. Shout out to you and marriage. Okay. And she's going to be like, oh my God, I'm so excited. I'm so happy that you're positive about marriage and you're not trying to push it down the line. And then you're going to be like, okay, great. So what does marriage look like to you? What's your vision for marriage? Like, what do you think about when you think about us being married? And she's going to give you the whole picture, you know what I mean? And it's going to involve a house and it's going to involve 2 kids probably. And you're going to be like, okay, you're going to let her paint that picture as beautifully as possible, right? I want you, this is like a activity in like art class, all right? You're going to be sitting there, you're going to be drinking your coffee, and she's going to be sipping her matcha, whatever the heck it is, and she's going to paint this picture real nicely for you. And you're going to be like, that is a beautiful vision. I love that. And then what you're going to say is you're going to be like, and then you're going to start picking the vision apart. You're going to say, okay, so we got one house, all right, in around where we live over here, and we got 2 kids. And you're going to say the average cost of a family home here is about $550,000, wow, okay? And you're going to say 2 kids from 0 to 17 or 0 to 18 is about $250K a piece. So you're going to say, we're talking about something that's over $1 million enterprise, all right? And she's going to be like, yeah, okay, that's a lot. And then you're going to say, okay, how much of that $1 million are you going to contribute? And you're probably going to get silence. That's what's going to happen. She's going to be like, huh? You're going to be like, yeah, okay, out of this $1 million, $1,050,000 venture, and it's going to be more than that, right? Because we're not throwing $550,000 at this house. We're going to be paying mortgage interest, all them other stuff. And just hear what she's got to say. That is the gold pill frame when she brings up marriage. And if her answer is nothing, you're supposed to provide everything. And you're going to be like, no, that's not true. Either if she's working or if she's ever claimed to want a traditional marriage. Because somewhere in this marriage talk is going to be tradition. And if she says you're supposed to provide everything, she has now brought up the word, even if she didn't say it, traditional into this conversation. And that's when you can go in and, I don't know how deep you got to drill in with this, but you don't even got to mention the word dowry.
Your dowry. It's my
But what you
right.
got to say is you should have at least this much for the down payment of the house or something. And then this is what you say. When she's not sure, what you ask her is this: how much have you saved up for marriage to contribute to this? So just put her on the back foot and ask her that. How much have you saved so far? You're 27, I'm 32, I'm 29, whatever. And how much have you saved? You're 27, you went to college. That's amazing you went to college. I hear about your college degree all the time. I hear about all these amazing things that you do at work all the time. How much have you saved? And if the answer is, then you're going to say, sweetheart, I love you. But it sounds like you're not ready to have the marriage discussion right now. And she might be even pissed at you, but you're right. Fact is you're right. And if she's pissed, can be like, listen, honey, if you really want to discuss this, can you get your father on the phone for me? And I will grill her father. I will grill her mother. I will get grandma on the phone if I have to. I don't care. Get your uncle in on the phone. Call people from wherever, and we're going to find out what their contribution to your dowry is going to be. And if her entire family, her entire extended family has this to say, you are now in a position to let her know that she's a beggar. All right. She's coming to you with her pie out. And not only that, but her entire family allowed her to be in this position. And her and her entire family are this. All right. That's her and her entire family, basically. So she could sit here and be pissed at you and try to tell you you're not traditional, but you let her know and you let the family know. So they better figure it out. I don't care how many years it's been. There is no, I've been going out with you in 5 years. That means you got to pay $1,050,000 here plus everything else. That's not how it's going to go down. That is the gold pill frame. All right, moving in. Oh, real quick, we got some interesting comments over here. Real quick. Somebody said something about, Gamer said so true. LOL, I went on a date recently. She wanted 6+ kids and 3 acres. Oh, God. Okay, yeah, so she's going for the trad wife special right there. I asked what she was going to do. There you go, to make it possible. Her answer, fantastic. See, that right there is a gold pill field report. If you're ever on the Reddit and you want to leave a field report, those are the kind of field reports we need in the style of the old school red pill field reports that they used to have. Those are the conversations I want to see gold pillars talking about with those experiences right there. Shout out to you, Gamer. That one gave me a good deep belly laugh. Smokey of Stormwind says, my partner has a learning disability. I went into the relationship knowing I'd have to carry most of the burden. Listen, man. And shout out to you, bro. I'm never going to sit here and want to, that's not my thing, is to sit here and say what's good or bad. If you knew the deal and you negotiated the deal and you were okay with taking that and you understand the risks and all that kind of stuff, then listen, that's what it is. You're willing to do that. The fact is that you're going in there, but you're not going in there under some false understanding of what traditionalism is supposed to be. You're going in there with at least having both eyes open so you don't get freaking shot through the heart with the betrayal arrow and then wondering, if this happens. And, God willing, you guys are good for many years to part, into infinity. That's awesome, man. I will say this. You said learning disability. Now, does she qualify for Social Security? And the reason I'm asking is because there is a few interesting things about Social Security. I mean, if she gets a benefit amount, if you guys ever broke up and let's say you had custody of the kids, I mean, it sounds like she has a disability. They might give it to you. I don't know. The kids are going to be entitled to an auxiliary benefit from mom. So they would receive. So anybody who's on social. So if you're on Title 16 disability, and there's a veteran type that's the same thing as this, you cannot be charged child support. So the courts will have to set your child support amount to 0. So if you're and I met guys like this. I met guys that were on Social Security disability and they seem completely normal. Those guys can go around and impregnate 20 women and not spend a day with their kids, and child support would be able to do nothing about it. So just things to understand about Social Security. At most, those kids are going to get an auxiliary benefit from, the missing parents' disability benefit there. If you have Title II disability, that one we can take up to like 25% of. But that's the disability you pay into that then gets paid out to you. So not many people have that, especially if they're young. They're probably on Title 16. So there's your child support fact for the day. Shout out to the child support facts out here. MCD says tradition, quote unquote, equals virgin plus dowry. We saw that in the past. Smokey of Stormwind says she does her best and has learned skills to improve herself and ability to earn money. I'm happy with that. Hey, shout out to her. She sounds like a hardworking woman. Dan the Man says, I get what you're saying, but won't grilling her parents turn her off from marriage? Listen, yeah, but you got to be willing to walk away in the negotiation. So it might, but I'm saying that's how far I'm willing to go. Like if she comes back at you with some BS, you know what I'm saying? And she's trying to sit here and shame you. That's when I'm going to take it the next step in, and I'm going to start going into her family. You know what I'm saying? Like that. And yeah, they might be like, screw this guy, but you set them straight real hard. You know what I mean? So they'll get it at that point. Yeah, you guys will probably end up broken up, but that's the game right there. You know what I mean? So that's what it is. Now, I don't think it's going to have to get that hot-blooded. Probably I'd like to think that would be a very reasonable discussion and a tactful one. So that's all I'm saying, you know what I mean? But I'm trying to give you the sort of itinerary here, depending on worst case scenario. A popper, but shout out to you, Dan the Man. Thank you for that. Luke Nielsen says a popper. Exactly, a popper with their hand out like that. I want you to give me everything and pay for everything. And then, I want the option to divorce you, and you basically, have to go through all this stuff to try to see your kids and all that. A popper, St. Nicholas may save her from the brothels. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. It's possible. Women used to go there and pray to out there, make prayers outside of that. I read that somewhere with St. Nicholas and all that kind of stuff. Because he was the patron saint that's why he's the patron saint of prostitutes and people and women and girls hoping for a good dowry. They would, do these kinds of prayers and stuff. Gamer says, based, bless you. Thank you, sir. You got to stay gaming. Man, you ever see that clip? You got to stay gaming. I'm sorry. I see this. I'm subscribed, or I follow a YouTube or a Instagram channel. See if I can pull it up. And literally every day, it's the same guy saying the same thing. It's just like a bot thing, but I love the clip so much. Let me just see if I can find it. It's called Stay Gaming Daily. Oh, come on, load. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Right here. So every single day, they post the same clip, and I'm here for it every single day, and I will hit the like button. See, I liked it.
What's today's quote of the day? You gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girl, just stay gaming.
Hey, shout out.
Hey, yo, Don Tavius. Yeah. What's today's quote of the day? You gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girl, just stay gaming.
I got a buddy, and I swear to God, we text each other that all the time. We're like, just don't focus on no girls. You gotta stay gaming. And then we just make it funny because gaming also means like hitting on chicks, you know what I mean? And being in the game, but it's pretty funny.
After all of this red pill content, I think we can pretty much all, mutually agree and come to a consensus on it.
She wants 3 acres and a meal. A meal. Spoiler alert, you're the meal. Fantastic. I got to give you a shout out for that. Don't be distracted by no e-thoughts.
Like, is dating harder for men or for women? And, you know, after all of this red pill content, I think we can pretty much all, you know, mutually agree and come to a consensus on the fact that dating is just much, much harder for men based on just the male loneliness epidemic, based on, you know, the fact that 80% of men are viewed as unattractive according to, you know, the majority of women. So it's like, well,
women are going to complain about not being able to lock that guy down or getting pumped and dumped from Chad and say, oh, you know, men are just terrible. The other men who can barely get a date, or as my brother Raymond from Raymond Thoughts and Minds would say, is I can't even get a woman to look at me. You know what I mean? So it is just two different things going on here. But I'd say men have it really bad because a lot of men, it is tough to get dates and all these kinds of things. Now, some men have it a lot better. But as far as women being able to get dates and get short-term engagements, they have it a lot better. Long-term, locking down the long-term, I think that's changing for them, especially as more as this manosphere stuff is going. Benji 84.0, shout out to you, Benji. Great to see it.
Why is that? What's going on in our society right now? So,
and have you had women, because I've been attacked a few times, not often. I mean, I'm probably over it was like this fat chick one time, and she just was trying to go for
the whale attack.
Yeah, the whale attack.
Okay.
But I was just curious, has that ever happened to you? Where,
man, I got to get a whale sound effect of like a blowhole. That'd be great.
Or like people get angry and they try to, because I mean, it can be dangerous sometimes doing street interviews, especially you're going out at night, there's drunk people.
Hey, I can say this 100%. So when John and I did the, let me just click on his channel. Oh, crap. It took me away from
girlfriends, or they.
Oh, damn. Whatever.
It's like, you know, do women even know the whale attack?
Yeah, the whale
there we
attack.
go. Okay. John and I, when we did our episode, let me tell you, like there's me right there. Oh, so tight. Let me tell you, I walked up and down the strip with John. And man, we were out there getting some exercise. I was getting tired. I had to go stop at a Turkish restaurant and eat some food because I couldn't keep up with this man. This man, John of the It's Complicated channel, gets more exercise than Andrew Tate. Like, he is up and down the strip interviewing people. This man is working hard to bring you the content, let me tell you. So yeah, it is not easy being out there in all the elements with everything that happens in Vegas. I mean, we saw some news from the strip on Vegas. Stuff happens on the strip at Vegas, you know, in Vegas. So this man puts in the work right here.
But I was just curious, has that ever happened to you where like people get angry and they try to, because I mean, it can be dangerous sometimes doing street interviews, especially you're going out at night, there's drunk people.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen episodes of you, and I was actually concerned for your safety, where I've seen, you know, some people get triggered. I think, I don't know, it was just something about like a girl like stole your sign or something like that.
I think it's true. I saw like something about Fresh and Fit, and Myron will do these outside interviews, and they usually have like bodyguards with them. So you might not know it from watching the cameras, but when something happens, you'll see one of them like roll up. Oh, crap. What's going on? All right.
I forget exactly what clip it was. It was a while back. But see, for me, I don't just question feminists. I will question tradcons. Yeah. I'll question dating coaches and stuff, right?
That's what I love about his channel. And I think that's an important thing to do in the space is, you know, what he does well and why we reacted to so many videos is that he questions tradcons, he questions red pillars themselves. So it stops it from being just like an echo chamber. And it forces everybody to have to think about things.
And some people...
he questioned me, you know, about child support. I didn't know what I was going to be asked on here. That's what made it fun, of course, you know, because it's curious. It's like, okay, you know, I wonder what he is going to ask. But it was a good time for me. I enjoyed it.
I mean, if you believe in something, that's fine. I just would like to understand why. But some people can't even defend why they believe what they believe. And the minute that their ideology is challenged, sometimes they go kaplooey. They go, you know, they get triggered.
You know, I would say that's something I've been aware of, and I think every human does that to some extent, especially if you push far enough into people's beliefs and things that they consider sacred to themselves, whatever that happens to be. I think we'd all like to believe we all have the right opinion, or that we keep it cool all the time, but everybody's human, and it does, that can happen. That can happen.
I mean, I was at a convention where I had a cowboy who basically said, look, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. You want to know my opinions. And I said, whoa, let's lower the temperature here. I'm just trying to understand. And so.
Marriage causes divorce. John hates the red pill. He hates the masculine burden of performance. I don't know if that's true exactly. I think mostly, because he mentioned it in the beginning of the interview about dating advice mostly being about, what men do, and there's not enough coming from people about what women do. And Andrew Wilson had a kind of viral clip that went, who was he talking to? Tommy Lauren, I think. And he asked, what are the duties of women? And she didn't really do a good job answering that. And so it, it kind of exposed that there is this lopsidedness. I think it's more so the lopsidedness. And then, then you get this sort of framing of men are falling behind when men start opting out of marriage, the loneliness epidemic, and you get Scott Galloway saying men need to do this. And it always equates to some form of men need to try harder. And this is where you get into the overpaying conversation. So I don't know. I don't think he hates the burden of performance. I think everybody knows we each have a burden of performance we have to rise up to, whether it's men or women. Women are supposed to have one too. It's the fact about taking away the women's side of the equation and then expecting men to overpay. So this is where the overpayment comes in, or the discussion for overpaying.
I think anybody can get triggered, but I don't think there's any.
Hopefully, I'm describing his sentiments on this correctly.
Thing in this world that's not subject to question. So that's.
Yeah, because you do a really good job. Like, you don't raise your voice, really. You don't, you do a very good job of being, even keel when you, and I don't always do that because they start to, if they say something dumb, I want to tell them.
Right.
But you do such a good job of not directly telling them, but, you just, trap them with another question.
Yeah. I noticed that once people start to get emotional, then logic kind of goes out the window. And so I think that as long as you can kind of just keep it where, everybody is calm, and you're just trying to understand what's going on, I think that you can, it's almost like in some cases, if you're trying to talk to a mob mentality, you know what I mean? It's just people are trying to antagonize people. You're not going to come up with anything productive. But if you kind of have a one-on-one conversation, you say, well, let's dive into this a little bit deeper. What is actually going on? What is the thought process behind why you believe what you believe? Is it something you've learned from your experience or something you were told? And so you start to, and a lot of times people start to think about this stuff and they say, that's a really good question. I don't know why.
I bet you get that a lot.
Yes.
That's got to be, you could do a compile.
MCD says women's burden of performance as per biology is having kids and looking after them. Women are born with their value. So I'd say MCD, you're more like a red pill purist in that way. That's the evolutionary biology perspective of it. I think and women are born with their value. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that. And, I question that, especially when it comes to things like the dowry practices and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I guess what you're saying is if we remove this from civilization as a whole, forget monogamy, forget religion, forget consciousness, frankly, forget language, forget, writing, language, music, and straight into a state of nature. I think we should all take a visit down to the North Sentinelese Island and see what's going on over there. Try to fly some drones overhead and see what they're doing. My guess is it's probably all in groups. Frankly, it took a long time for humans to realize even what the hell paternity is. You know what I mean? When you got a whole band of humans having sex with each other because they all look very similar to each other. Uncle Joe looks like Uncle Mike, and you can't tell those two apart from one deer in the forest from another deer 5 miles away. If you walk out into the Sierras over here, you know what I mean? And I think it's a lot different than that. So I don't know. I think there's just more to it than just this kind of stereotypical evolutionary biology that has been sort of undergirding the sort of Chilton Manual style red pill. Luke Nielsen says they're not even traditional. Where's their daughter's or wife's dowry exactly?
Your dowry, it's my right.
Violation of that's a really good question.
I actually did do that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, early on, but yes.
So, like, did you go to law school or something? Like,
No,
what was your background before? Because you sound almost like a lawyer when you do it. I mean, much more like even keel, obviously, but the way you ask questions,
people have multiple times said in my comment section that I should have been a lawyer. But I think what happens is you start to notice patterns, and when I interview people, after a while, you start to hear, the same things, and you can almost predict what they're going to say.
Often John interviews tandems of ladies out on the strip, but I've never seen a guy with his wingmen on It's Complicated. I mean, I've seen him interview guys. He has episodes where it's all guys. I've seen some of those. I will tell you, when I was with him, I saw him approach groups of guys too. Like, we got even some big conversations with like a group of guys of like 4 guys and stuff like that. So there are pairs or groups of guys. I don't know. Maybe you're right. I don't know. I'd like to think some episodes, like a guy and his wingman. I think he has an episode called High Value Man or something. And I remember him interviewing a pair of guys there. And I only remember that because he asked a question about who's more delusional, a woman who thinks she's going to get a top 5% guy or a man who thinks he'll become one. And I think he asked 2 guys that question, but I don't know if it's like a wingman situation or not. I think it might have just been 2 guys on the strip.
If I ask them this question and we agree on this premise, then it's almost like a game of chess. Sometimes, you can make the argument.
I like this right here. This gives like a kind of formulaic thing.
The same things, and you can almost predict what they're going to say. If I ask them this question and we agree on this premise, then it's almost like a game of chess. Sometimes, you can make the argument like I'm playing chess, they're playing checkers, because I'm a couple moves ahead of them, because I know what most people are going to say. They might, I'll ask them one question. It's either going to be this answer or this answer. So then,
you know what? I'm going to make that as a poll real quick. I'd be interested in your guys' takes. Who is more delusional? A woman. I hope I have enough space for this. Woman thinking she will get a top 5%, or a man thinking he will become one. Oh gosh, I think this is gonna fit. I only have 100 characters. We got to 98. The man, the woman. There we go. I really like polls. All right.
If we go to, this answer, then, and it goes down a chain of, a logic chain of questions.
So you've recently had a video on the trad cons that I really liked. I can't remember the title off the top of my head, but it was like...
That's a good call. I wonder which one it was. He's done like several videos on the trad cons. It was probably before... dang, I don't even know. It might have been What is a Man? I think that red pill is blue pill. This is the one that was like all guys, because it was like red pill specific. I think it was this one. It was the cowboy one.
The last month.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
It's not, I've done a video literally with the title Trad Cons.
Oh, it might have
okay,
been
he
the
did
title.
do it.
But I've done several episodes on the Trad Cons, and one thing just real quick that I just wanted to just
Go ahead.
I think one criticism I have of the manosphere just as a whole is that I think that most people tend to focus on feminism as the only problem. And that's one thing I really appreciate about your channel, is the fact that you are willing to call out and challenge tradcons. There have been recently in the space some other people who have called out, tradcons as covert feminists.
That's true. And and honestly, the truth is Pearl, like aside from like Paul Elam and the folks who've kind of been in there calling them out, as far as like the bigger channels go, I think Pearl was one of the earlier ones to do that too. Shout out to her. And same thing with John from ICC. But I remember like in late 2023, Pearl was going hard, on tradcons. And back then, a lot of people, it was just like her and maybe like a few others, barely. But there were times where it was pretty much just Pearl, even as far as people like with that many followers up there. So John's videos tend to have a healthy mix of men and women in them. Yeah, it's probably subject dependent. Like if you're asking stuff about the red pill specifically, it's probably hard to find people who are even knowledgeable about that. The episode I'm in with the child support, I think that one was a pretty healthy mix because it's, you know, that's a subject everybody could probably relate to. So he would kind of go back to me every now and then on the episode, but it was like, I think it was an even mix of men and women on that one. I don't think most men think they will become a top 5% Giga Chad, but all women want Giga Chad. I don't know. Is that true? I mean, well, I'd say people largely in the manosphere who kind of follow the like major overarching manosphere narratives, at least the more recent ones. That's the sort of sell right there. I mean, that's almost the grift, if you want to call it that, is here's how to become a high value man. So a lot of guys that got stuck on that, that's what I think Andrew Tate's followers are looking at to him because they're hoping that happens for them. Luke Nielsen says, I'd say a man has a better chance than a woman locking a 5% man. But both can be delusional. I agree with that. Guys like that have choices and don't lock down easily. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Guys with options. That would be true.
And so I think that there needs to be a lot more
guys like that have choices.
Focus on that.
I don't know why I can't read. You didn't write anything wrong there, Luke. I'm sorry. Guys like that have choices and don't lock down easily.
But just going back to what you were saying, as far as the episode, was there anything in particular?
Oh, I just was curious on your thoughts on the Daily Wire. Like they're the trad kind of.
Hey, I saw something interesting lately, or weird on Twitter, and basically there is a claim. Oh, I actually put it in the Discord. Speaking of Daily Wire and trad cons, even though Steven Crowder's not in Daily Wire, but he was for a time. Looking at a contract. Where is it? Right here. Yeah. The quartering. He said, someone sent me all the private DM chats with Hillary Crowder, Steven Crowder's ex, and just about every single female conservative YouTuber / personality you would know. It's mind-blowing how these women and some men all groveling, fighting for her money. This is nuts. That's an interesting statement. And then he said, sending them to my lawyer to clear everything for release because this is going to bring down massive creators. I mean, this man is out here saying some things. Think 6- and 7-figure subscriber conservative females and a few males all being exposed at once. Their careers will be over. I mean, he's coming out saying some bold things here. I don't know what's in those chats, but, you know, it's probably going to be more hypocrisy coming from trad cons. So I think a lot of folks are kind of waiting to see what comes of that. Let me see if I can pull that up on. I don't think he said anything past that. So yeah, I mean, we're still waiting on that. The lawyers are doing their thing right now, and we'll see what he comes up with. So that just reminded me of that.
Idea that men need to get married, to man up, and
Well, okay. Definitely. When I've seen you call out the trad cons, usually you'll call out like. I love the interview that you did with Michael Knowles. We've talked about marriage and it not being a good deal for men. And in my last episode about the dowry, I actually used a clip of that.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Man, that's the best.
Where he basically said that if you get a prenup, it invalidates the sacrament and all that other stuff. But not only do we talk about how the trad cons view marriage and they're not really doing enough as we would all like to see them kind of, reform the laws and the family courts and remove the liabilities when it comes to marriage, but also just how they view masculinity, how, being a man.
One thing I'm curious about is how old prenups actually are. Because nowadays prenups, I mean, aside from the, family codes that we got, it doesn't seem that different from a traditional marriage contract negotiation in terms of considering assets of both parties. And it makes me think prenups are more so a recent invention, as soon as we start getting like at-fault divorce, at-fault style family law, as far as more recent, the ability to break a marriage with at-fault, laws. That's when I think prenups in romantic love and love marriages, that's when we started getting prenups. I don't really think there was a prenup before that. I think it was just the marriage contract. And, you know, a lot of the stuff you might consider in the prenup is already in the marriage contract as stipulations or whatever it happens to be. So it's interesting because Michael Knowles will say, maybe we can even bring up that episode. Oh, gosh. Where is what is the dowry? Oh, let's see if I can just find it here. Oh, man. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. What I'm saying is it's like Michael Knowles, as far as Catholic folks go, is saying that it, you know, it's not allowed, basically, right? I think he said violates the sacrament. I don't remember his wording. But a dowry wouldn't, and a traditional marriage contract wouldn't. So it's interesting. Let's just watch the first part. Maybe it's in here.
A woman who will have his children and prioritize raising them and keeping a home is doing the same thing that billions of other young men have done since time immemorial. The trend, the fad, the new thing, Megan, is feminism.
And I'll just say, like, this is historically absolutely not true. You look at, like, say, the 1800s, the thing wasn't, I just need to find the best helpmate to raise my kids. No, it's which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah. What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Shout out to John for that. That's a big nod to the gold pill conversation right there. I don't know where the Michael Knowles one is in there. Maybe it's in a different.
Is all about.
He said it was in there.
Protect, provide, sacrifice, serve, don't complain. And so the way that masculinity is being defined, I think, is a big problem. And
that's an important point too. And that's, you know, Paul Elam and I had this discussion about what is masculinity. And, you know, either of these groups will essentially use masculinity or the sort of understanding of it to try to rein you back into whatever role they want you to be in that either has max utility value for them or for her or society or whatever it is. Now, you know, there's probably differing opinions on what that masculinity is, but then there's these overarching prevailing narratives that sort of pervade the culture. And so I think an important question for somebody who's in the manosphere space to ask themselves is, what is masculinity, or what do I really think about that? It's a good point because they can use that as a kind of lasso.
You know, one of the questions that I want to ask at some point coming up is, do you think men are smart enough to realize that masculinity is the first thing that anyone will attack when they want to control men?
It's a great point.
I just did it. That's a really good question.
It's complicated.
Yeah. What do you think the answer is? Do you think men, because when I hear that question, my mind goes two ways. One way is I've seen men take some really, really bad deals in my lifetime.
Oh, tell me about it.
I think social media also has opened the floodgates where women used to be a lot more deceptive and they can't be.
Oh, you know what? There's actually a short. John posted a short with that. Kyle Wells says, prenups violate the sacrament. Jesus was crucified, so you should be too. Yeah, that was the exact wording of it. I couldn't remember. I want to pull up the short just so I can show you guys the clip. That was a great discussion between Pearl and Michael Knowles. Where's me playlists at? All right, here we go. Ye old playlist.
Yo,
okay. Oh gosh, there's just so many of them. Here it is, Prenup v. Dowry. Yeah, on It's Complicated's channel. There we go. Right there. Okay.
Married, get a prenup.
No, you can't get a prenup because it invalidates the sacrament.
Really?
Yeah, a marriage is fully giving of yourself to the other person, no strings attached.
You don't even
Prenup's a big
believe in
string.
prenups?
Certainly not.
If a prenup.
See, that's the question. So it's just like, well, okay, if it invalidates the prenup, and prenups are very recent, like I'd be interested in when that became the norm. Like, oh yeah, you can't do prenups, because for a long time they were doing formal marriage contracts, you know, while the dowry system reigned supreme. So it's just, I don't know, it's just interesting. Thank you, Kyle, for that.
Like, you know, I see like on TikTok and stuff, women getting like ratioed when they tell like a abuse story, or do you know what I mean? Like, and that just never used to happen like 10 years ago. So, or men, you know, realizing that they're the bailout guy,
Mhm.
where I don't like 10 years ago, they just kind of fell for it because we didn't have all this media.
Very true. And, you know, the prevailing cultural narratives was what it was. You could say they were all very blue-pilled.
That's my initial thought, but I don't have an answer. So I'm curious what you think.
Well, like, okay, if I had to answer my own question.
I'll tell you this. Caesar is not with us tonight, but, you know, Caesar Quintana, we know him. He mentioned to me, I talked to him once, and he said that that's not true. He's Catholic, so it sounds like there's probably some debate within Catholics over whether it's really allowed or not allowed. I think he said the difference was something about the intent to divorce or something. Maybe if we see him tonight, we can ask him. But so I don't know how like set in stone that is.
I would say that you know, so masculinity is almost like this pre-scripted idea, this identity that men have to follow, where I guess you
Tradcons definitely have this, right? This is the protect, provide, all these kinds of things.
Like, okay, you know, man up and get married, or, you know, okay, if you don't do A, B, and C, you're not a real man. So masculinity is also the first thing that's promoted when they want to control men.
It's a great point too. MCD, Giovanni says you can't do prenup, but you can divorce. Yeah. Catholics didn't recognize divorce really, but they can't stop thoughts from divorce in law. Yeah, you know, I think for them, because people are getting what's essentially, right, you have a secular marriage license and then you get a secular divorce, but they're still married in the eyes of the church. And what would happen is this person who's divorced, I think, is probably getting remarried, and then now it looks like they're, I think, fornicating, basically, or having sex outside of marriage because they still have their first marriage, covenant marriage. And then from what I read, or at least I think what happened, is that the Catholic Church loosened up how they give out annulments, because you can't have divorce, but annulments is something that can happen. And then if an annulment happens, it's like the marriage was never supposed to happen in the first place. And they did something where it made it a little easier, at least. I got a buddy who's Catholic too, and he's been taking night class. I can't remember what it is. It's something he's got to do. And he asked the person, you know, proctoring the class there about that. And they said for the most part for annulments, it's pretty much that they used they weren't of sound mind because they were so young that they just weren't mature enough to make the decision. So that's like the loophole around it for the annulment, from what I've heard. So then they just give out the annulments because then it'll make the next marriage something that can be not, you know, living in sin from their perspective. Yeah, it's all very, it's just, you know, I don't know, but they probably have to do that because if you don't do that, you're probably going to lose a lot of attendance if a lot of people are kind of doing this. Who knows? It's hard to say. MCD says marriage invalidates the sacrament. It puts the husband in a disadvantaged and subservient position. I think I know what you're trying to say. You're basically saying that like marriage nowadays goes against a biblical order in marriage. Therefore, it's invalidating the true sacrament of marriage. That's an interesting way to look at it. MS, hey, shout out to MS. It's been a while since I saw you. MS says, hello, Shah. Prenups are against the Catholic Church, but a dowry certainly isn't. A dowry certainly is not against the Catholic Church, and I'll tell you why. I mean, we got a newspaper article of the Pope out here giving dowries. I don't know if I can find that on hand, but you know what I'll do? I'll play the video and I'll try to find that.
And I think that, you know, you see Tradcons doing this. You even see some red pillars doing this. Mm-hmm. They will say things like, oh, you've got really feminine energy right now, or you're a beta male, or you're a simp, or you're a weak man, or you're gay. Mm-hmm. First thing, and I think that the strongest men are the ones who don't fall prey to that.
I agree with that. And I don't, want to, I even think Paul Elam himself would agree with this too. Instead of being sort of herded into something and not thinking for yourself on this, or being shamed into, whatever is the convenient thing they want you to be at this time. I want to listen to that again because I thought that was a great point.
You can see some red pillars doing this. Mm-hmm. They will say things like, oh, you've got really feminine energy right now, or you're a beta male, or you're a simp, or you're a weak man, or you're gay. First thing, and I think that the strongest men are the ones who don't fall prey to that.
And it's a similar shaming, right? Like feminists will shame in this way, and then tradcons will shame, in a kind of similar way. You know what I mean? Then it all comes down on men. Oh, here it is. I actually have more than one article of this. There's that one, and where's my other one? The visit of the Pope. I got like 2 articles of the Pope. Actually, I have 3 articles of the Pope. Shout out to Peter Wright for the Pope articles. That was Peter Wright. Oh gosh. What I like the one where it mentions the dowry to be used for husbands or convent. Oh, here it is right here. I mean, we don't have to read the whole thing, but it's about the Festival of the Annunciation. And they're talking about people witnessing the procession. The sovereign pontiff seated in a carriage all covered with gold, surrounded by his noble dragoons and gendarmes, and displaying all the pomp of a sumptuous court. Many of the simple people who read the clerical papers believe that the Pope is suffering persecution, that he is reduced to privation and distress, and is ready to take refuge in the catacombs. On the contrary, he is a monarch who can exhibit all the evidences of wealth and power. After the ceremony, which was celebrated with great pomp, the Pope intermitted a number of persons, priests and laity, to kiss his feet. Amongst those who enjoyed the privileges were 12 young girls. Interesting that the number is 12. I wonder if that's connected with other, maybe, it could have maybe they just randomly did 12. 12 young girls selected from the 846 who this year received from the Pious Society of the Annunciadas a dowry, which will either enable them to obtain husbands or to pay for their admission into a convent. The Pope was received with demonstrations of love and respect. So, I mean, yeah, I don't think that giving out dowries here is going to be, violating any sacraments for the Catholic folk. Man, can I make this smaller? This is another one, and this is talking about the same event. The interesting part of the ceremony is the distribution of dowries to a certain number of young girls by the Pope himself. By the Pope himself. The girls are generally pretty, beautifully dressed in a kind of white monastic costume with long veils. Sounds almost like a wedding dress. And kneel very gracefully to receive the pontifical purse and benediction. So, yeah, here it is right here. Kissing the foot of the Holy Father by 12 young girls chosen from 877 who had been given dowries this year at an expense of 150,000 francs. An immense crowd filled the interior of the church. So, yeah, I mean, there it is right there. So, yeah, I don't think it's going, it's not going, like, unless there was something really recent. Historically, that's definitely not been the case. The Catholic Church had to throw men a proverbial bone after giving all of those altar boys the proverbial bone. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. God forgive us. Dan the Man says Saint Nick was handing out. Yeah, Saint Nick was handing out dowries. So,
Even following up in that logic train, I was going to say, do you think it's true that our society is more willing to accept gay men than it will accept straight men who don't meet masculinity standards?
Oh my gosh, that's such. I think you're right. Like they're more willing to accept gay men than
So then, why do we see gay men as more oppressed than straight men when straight men can't even be themselves without following this masculine script?
Have you done a video with that one yet?
That's coming up.
Okay, that was like that is a great line of questioning.
See, he really digs into this like on a very deep, interesting level. I don't know, that like it's just such an interesting perspective or way to compare it that helps, I guess, open up people's minds to how they view this.
Wow. Thank you. No, because you're totally right. Like people.
Luke says, guys, I got a bail, was real, take care all. Hey, no worries, man. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for sharing that amazing music with us. We had some great AI music today. meretricious. I want to listen to that. Thanks for playing my tune. No worries, man. Anytime.
People will shame. I mean, I even use the simp one. I can't help it.
Yeah, but I mean, I think
Yeah,
that
no,
it's all about, you know, that's just, you see it everywhere on social media. Women do it. Tradcons do it. Some red pillars do it. It's like this is what a real man is supposed to be. And I'm saying, well, why? Another line of questioning that I've used in a past episode was when we talk about what empowers men and what empowers women. Why is female empowerment all about liberation and choice, while men's empowerment is all about masculinity, duty, and sacrifice, which is actually the opposite of liberation and choice?
That's a great point too, right? Yeah, for women, it's all about women's liberation from duties that they've had, and it's all about men need to do more and essentially step up and, I guess, fill the shoes that the women have abandoned too, as far as, you know, just paying for things. And I mean, you know what I mean? Like just doing twice as much in order to fill the gap, while, you know, women on a societal level exploit freedom and liberation. Somebody has to pay for the freedom is what I'm trying to say. Let me just end this poll real quick because it's been going on for a while. That one out of 14 votes, 50. That you guys are almost at 50-50 on this one. So who is more delusional? A woman thinking she will get a top 5% man, or a man thinking he will become one? So 57% in favor of women being slightly more delusional than 42% men. That's actually interesting. I like that we're split there. That's cool. Also shows some, you know, that there's just different thoughts going on amongst the viewers. I like that.
How can what empowers one gender be the opposite of what empowers the other? So for women, it's more freedom, and for men, it's more duty and responsibility. And so what's going on here, you know?
So what is your goal with your content? Do you have like an end goal that you're hoping to achieve? Or I'm just kind of curious what like in 5 years you're hoping to get.
I think that we need to have more honest conversations about what masculinity truly means, what it means to be a man, what the expectations are of women, what the expectations are of society. I think that what's happening right now is, you know, are we going to accept a world of double standards, or are we going to try to, you know, level the playing field and actually have equality? Now, what's happening is a lot of times people say, well, men and women can't be equal because we're not the same. But I don't think that's necessarily true, because nobody in our society is truly the same, but we should, you know, different races aren't the same, but we should all have equal rights under the law. We have equal justice. So I think that, you know, just to say that men and women, you know, should there be double standards just because we're not the same? I mean, I understand that, you know, we have different strengths and we have different weaknesses, but I think that, you know, to have these very strict roles is a very kind of a strange idea in a society where the laws aren't the same, the technology.
Yeah, okay, he just said technology. That's one thing I kind of harp on about is technology sort of the X factor. I mean, not sort of, it is the X factor here. And it, you know, it's what changed from bride price to dowry, really, was technological innovation. On one end, agriculture got a lot more sophisticated, you know, and, you know, humans doing what humans do, we keep pushing on the technology front. And that's usually one of the big factors here, right? Whether it be like birth control. Pearl talks about IVF, which is pretty interesting. You know, social media, these different apps and stuff. And obviously technology for travel and transportation is different. So things are just a lot different. So, you know, is it going back? I don't think it's going back. You know, we would have to have a serious like catastrophe, you know, for things to be wiped back into the Stone Age. And even then, if it's not a total catastrophe, I think people would still remember how to like get us back up to speed for a bit, you know? Marriage cause MCD says women's delusion equals I will lock down Giga Chad. Man's delusion is she loves me for me. That reminds me of Coach's quote, men are in love, women are in business. The question about that is, can both be in business? And the dowry system, I think so. I think so. Giovanni English said, if we free women from their obligations, then men Oh, sorry. Then men have to do more. Hence, civil lawsuits are the new divorce. Yeah. Gosh, that part is crazy right there. I'm just thinking of the Shannon Sharp thing. I mean, yeah, you could look at it and say he really made some crazy mistakes. God, especially with, the text messages or whatever. The Shannon Sharp thing is an argument for prostitution to just be freaking legal, to be honest. Like, this guy, if he really paid $23 million to this woman and they were seeing each other for a good while and they were definitely, it seemed like, into BDSM stuff, prostitution on the front end would have just been more of a square deal. But yeah, that was something that happened outside of marriage and he got it bad. You know what I mean? The text messages screwed him over, all these kinds of things. He didn't want it to go further. It's going to mess with his career. He settled. Benji says, yo, are my chats showing up? I keep getting unsubbed from channels and I don't want to waste my time. I have a great point to make. I think it's showing up, man. If it doesn't show up, bro, you can always put it in the Discord and just ask me to read it from the Discord. If there's like certain words you're putting in there, like that YouTube doesn't like, sometimes it will auto not let it go in there. But I see your chat now, so it might be worth a shot. If it doesn't work, just put it in the Discord. I'll read it out loud from the Discord. Dan the Man says, I made an AI image of the Pope handing out gold pills. Oh my God. Okay, and we do this respectfully. I know there are a lot of folks out there that have a lot of respect for the Pope because they're Catholic. And this is not making fun of anything. It's just, Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's the most handing out gold pills. I will say you want these to be a little younger, but maybe they're just destitute women. Handing out the gold pills. There we go. Oh, gosh. That's beautiful. I love like the painting style because it looks like one of these like almost like Renaissance style photos. Man, AI is so freaking cool. Like AI just really adds to a stream experience. We need to legalize prostitution at this point. Yeah, and I get it. There's like JUCO and all that stuff, but I mean like actually legal. Like if you're a guy like Shannon Sharp, like, I don't know where he met that woman. I think it was in a LA gym, but she was probably JUCO for all intents and purposes. So it's like he can meet a JUCO woman and he can still get extorted for $23 million, right? So it's like, yeah, he can procure pay for play. But if it's not legal on the books, then I think there's not much to be said as far as being protected from this possible extortion amount, right? So I don't know, right? If it's prostitution, and then I guess you can say there's some kind of deal that was made that was agreed upon. With JUCO, not explicitly. There's really just trying not to leverage yourself. And if you're a guy like Shannon Sharp and people know who you are and the kind of money that's actually behind you and it's verifiable for the most part, doing something that's in a legal gray area can be, exploited a lot easier than if it's something within legal bounds. So that's an interesting conversation right there. Benji says, no, I never use certain words. I'm careful because I make content. I was going to talk about creative types, of which I am one, and I'm also straight. I'd say don't stress it too much, man. I mean, sounds like you want to make a big comment. I mean, hey, if you feel like you're up to it, post it in there. If not, you can always save it for another time. But your chats are showing up, so good news there. Kyle Wells says, have a married friend who recently dipped his toe in the world of paid adult companionship. Okay, I'm going to assume that means doing JUCO activities. I can't say I blame him, and I'm not sure I'd feel differently, even if I felt differently about his wife. Oh, okay, he's still married. Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't put that together all the way. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, and I can't sit here and offer justifications. I think on surface level, yeah, that's not going to be the best there. I don't know what he's dealing with. This sounds like loneliness within a marriage or something. But yeah, that just seems to be what it is. That's another interesting angle on if it was legalized. Because if it was legalized, the guy shows up 45 minutes late from work one day, and he went over somewhere and got as coach would say, his meat fixed, and he fixes a bind for somebody. His wife would never know about it. I mean, she might if it was paid by credit card and she was kind of clued onto that, or they shared locations. Like, there's ways she'd find out about it. But what I mean is, like, that is another aspect that would maybe affect things, So you got a dead bedroom situation. Now, religious folks aren't going to want to do that. They're not going to want to spiritually, physically and break all that. But there'd probably be a lot of men who did avail themselves of that. And this whole Shannon Sharp thing, this T app, the T app is breaking up a lot of marriages right now because wives are finding that their husbands were chatting with other women or had dating profiles. I've literally heard about this happening. So yeah, I don't know, things like the T app that make it harder for them to kind of hide their dirt, so to speak. Another reason for prostitution to be legal, but Murder of Crow says, speaking of disasters, I read a couple accounts of guys that went through the Yugoslavian Civil War. Both of them spoke of how fast the women shut up and suddenly became as useful as they could. That's an interesting perspective there. Yeah, I'd imagine if the Ukrainian women weren't given the option to leave to other countries, they would probably be a lot more willing to just get with the program. Man, my 4th grade teacher used to say that a lot. Why can't you just get with the program? Shannon was clapping her cheeks for free from what I remember. Okay, so it wasn't exactly a JUCO situation, and then she came for payment. As long as the comment is appropriate, he can drop it in the Discord. Okay, yeah, Benji, if you're listening, that might be the best place to do it. Giovanni English could be a sexist marriage for all we know. Kyle Wells, he does his duty and she doesn't. Good point. St. Augustine stated that prostitution should not be banned, but regulated, and that it was a necessary evil. That always surprises me. Cesar Quintana brought that up to me a few times. I made them younger and not old. Okay, did you put that in there? Here we go. Yep, these are the ladies right here. Oh, yes, that they could finally get married. Oh, gosh, beautiful. Fantastic. We got the Pope out here giving out gold pills. That is amazing. Thank you, Dan the Man. Shout out to you, man. All I'm going to say, and I've said it for years, if all men were stoic, there would literally be no art. That's where I fall out with the red pill, even though I'm red pill. That's an interesting angle on that. I really am fascinated by that. And it's true. I mean, without art, I think art is fundamental to humanity. You probably consume more art than you realize or that you give credit for, especially living in these boxes that we kind of live in. You know what I mean? Like, we live in sort of fenced in areas. Other parts of our instincts are kind of sublimated by the bounds of society's expectations on us. And that sublimated, instincts goes somewhere. And I think art helps us to kind of experience some things maybe we otherwise would not experience in a state of nature. So I think it's fundamental to the human experience. Obviously, we feel compelled to create art. Even people that aren't necessarily artistic, I think every now and then have some fun creating art. Luke Nielsen put in a song there that he made. Mr. Pitt makes AI art and stuff. People share their art. I see that stuff in the Discord, and I think it's fundamental. So if you're being stoic, I think there is an issue there, and there is this kind of like over fixation with stoicism. I've always believed that because I think it does neglect a certain part of human experience. I do think you need to live out, or you need to come to terms or even live out your emotions. You need to have a relationship with your emotional self. That would probably be, I think it is, the more artistic half of yourself. You know what I mean? You can't just be rational, logic brained all the time. And if you're going to do that, a lot of people probably end up developing addictions, whether it's alcoholism or you become sex addicted or whatever the heck it happens to be, in order to quiet down the other part so that you can stay in the stoic phase a lot of the time. I like that, Benji. That's interesting. Is the T-app the nail in the coffin for the modern dating landscape? I don't know. You know, I don't know enough about the app, but I did watch Coach's show on it and kind of saw what it is. I don't know. You know, I mean, if anything, it'll just be a coven of like haters. You know, I don't know. I'd like to think most like, maybe this is naive, but like most normal chicks that I'd probably end up dating probably don't care one way or another. I don't know. I think Coach also said something about how for some guys even that they're going to find that those same guys that they're talking crap about, especially like your Chad types, they're going to see them there and go sleep with them anyways. So it's kind of like a bad press is good press in the end for them. The T-app will kill hookup culture permanently. Pay for play will become the default MO for average men. If it's that successful and it's out here breaking up marriage, I have literally just heard of a marriage being broken up from this. Somebody told me, and they specifically mentioned the T-app to me. If it's like that risky where it's like, you know, these guys out here can barely step out on their wives because AI image reverse searching is going to be able to prove that they did way too easily, then yeah, I mean, that's going to make the JUCO look a lot more attractive, or some form of pay for play that guarantees that you're not going to be exposed by partaking in it as part of the regulations, right? That's the deal. Base FCZ says, who defended prostitution? Prostitution is paying women to give them something they should already want. We've been psyoped as young men to think we should pay. Definitely. And well, it's beyond that. Now it's to think that you should overpay and that that's normal too. When you say defended prostitution, I think you mean, was that St. Augustine? That's who was mentioned here by MS. And I have seen that. Somebody has sent me the writings on that. Agreed. It's definitely a contributing factor. He's still married with 3 teenage daughters, no less. Like I said, I don't blame him. To me, it's a non-issue and none of my business. Yeah, it's probably the best perspective to have on it as somebody that knows them. You know, you could say something and then they could be mad and then they could be fine again in 3 months and you're just the bad guy to both of them. Yeah, it's not your business.
Technology is different. It's a completely different culture. And, you know, I think that another question I wanted to ask you, actually, I'll throw it back at you. If you had to choose, what would you rather see? Would you rather see women go back to the way they were before feminism, or would you rather see men liberated from their masculine role?
I would rather.
That's a good question. You know what? I kind of want to ask a version of that in the polls here. Do you want to see men back in their traditional role, or liberated from the traditional role, or from their traditional roles? Traditional role. I'll just keep it role in the singular, and we'll say liberated. Oh gosh. Liberated, and the other one is back in. God, how do I don't want to make it sound like it has a negative connotation. I'm not trying to influence this in any way. Okay, liberated from role. The heck with it. Liberated from role, back in role. How about that? Whatever, back in role. I don't even know if I'm spelling role right. I just got Saturday night's really getting me here. All right, moving in.
I think the only solution to feminism is more feminism. So
that's an interesting take right there. That is an interesting take.
So I only think like when women start getting the same sentences as men, that they might stop like hitting them, for example, right? When they actually start being put in jail. Or, you know, women with the right to vote, when they start actually having consequences for what we vote for instead of being bailed out. That's more what I would like to see. I'd like to see more fair laws where we're actually equal under the law.
Okay, well, for example, when we talk about false accusations, right? I've heard a lot of people, suggest the idea that there should be an equal punishment for a false accusation as if, you were convicted of that accusation. But obviously, yeah, we need to have more accountability or, you know, equal accountability, I guess, for these things. Because, you know, if
you know what, that's another question I want to ask after this poll is, can women be held accountable? Because, you know, you always hear this thing in the manosphere, oh, you know, women aren't held accountable or they can't be held accountable. And it's just, I'm curious about people's views on that.
If women don't have skin in the game, there's no incentive.
Correct, yeah.
So I think that it comes down to the fact that I think, you know, I don't know if it's necessarily, you know, it's going to be a combination of asking more of women and maybe slightly less of men.
Well, and also, women are having like, I'm one of 10 kids. We're having like 1.5.
Coach did something. Coach did a really interesting segment on fertility rates. And I think he showed, if I remember this correctly, it's on a recent stream, but I think he showed that the most amount of babies being born currently is in the 40+ cohort. So women in their 40s are having more babies than in their 20s. And I think the article, or he mentioned that this is the first time in history that that's the case. So this is probably a result of IVF and things like that. And he had some really interesting commentary on that. And that was pretty mind-blowing to think about. Like, God, most of the babies being born, I can't remember what the recent time period was, but are from women in their 40s, not from women in their 20s, which is it's interesting to think about. I mean, it kind of blows my mind a bit. Let's see. The gold pill is way superior to either the red, blue, or black pill. Stoicism is also a bit too boring and dull, in my opinion. I agree with you there. Now, you know, obviously, red pill, you know, has all, you know, a lot of great things about it. I'd say gold pill is specifically, it is suited for long-term considerations, though I would say the way it sort of gives a perspective on long-term considerations might have a reverberating effect that shows how we view short-term considerations as far as engagements go. So, you know, yet to be seen on that, but fascinating nonetheless. And that's how I'm kind of seeing it right now, or how I am. Fair enough. Okay, come on, guys. Max Paul says, liberated is the only option that gives you choice. You know, like women have. Shout out to you, Max Paul. I like that. I'll close the poll soon. Damn it. I wanted to ask you, oh, it's about accountability in women. Dang it. I better put that on my notepad before I forget. Can women be held accountable? You know what? Can women be accountable? I don't know if I should say be held accountable or be accountable. I'm just putting that there so I don't forget it. I think the question was, do women back in their traditional role, or men freed from their traditional roles? Because the question doesn't make too much sense. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's how he asked it fully. Well, we missed a opportunity there to do it properly, but thanks for putting that in there, Dan. Giovanni says, well, yeah, I don't support being in a relationship and cheating, but that does seem like a clean way of going about it. Yeah. Mr. Pitt says, if the justice system was fixed, I'd like to see men go back to tradition. But if the justice system stays broken, then I want to see men liberate themselves from societal expectations. That's a good answer, man. I like that answer. And I think that goes into, like, it needs to be a good deal. Like, not even a good deal, it needs to be a fair deal. I think that's more the proper way to put it. So if the deal is not fair, then liberation makes sense. And if the deal is fair, then, you know, a traditional role can make sense there. If it's not, though, then why would you take that unfair deal? Liberated, please bring on the anarchy. I don't know if that's what we meant, but I will yield that excessive freedom can probably lead to anarchy. I want to see women back in their traditional roles before the feminist movement of the mid to late 1800s. Men should also retain their traditional roles. It takes two to tango. Very true. Most babies 30s, 20s, 40s, and then teens. I don't know if that's true. Let me see if I can find that Coach episode. Sorry, we're taking a detour, Legends. I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to type in my heroes page, free agent lifestyle. one of my many heroes. I do have a lot of heroes. Shah is not hero monogamous over here. I am definitely polyamorous when it comes to appreciating different heroes. Now, was that the T app? No, it wasn't that. Damn it. Which one was I watching? Let me try to go to my history in my YouTubes. It probably wasn't that one. Sorry, guys. I'm doing this midstream. But it's worth it to me. Okay. It was a doom and gloom segment, and it was about... I wish I would have saved it, man. Why didn't I do that? Oh, God. Come on, man. Women Goes Out. Gen Z. Oh, fertility rate. I found it.
And the more doom and gloom CGA, we have the birth rate.
It's possible I could have misheard what he said. So you're saying that it is most babies is 30s, then 20s, then 40s, then teens. Base, I see what that you wrote there. I'll get to you after. Let me just...
As I've been talking about for many, many years, we're at the point of no return. The T app is going to further exacerbate this problem. We're at the point of no return of mating. The writing's on the wall, and if it's the powers that be, do they have a vested interest in us no longer mating and creating children? Yeah.
You know, I'll increase speed just to see if I can pick it up. We won't spend too much time on it, but I do want to see if I can pick up that stat.
Yes, I mean, if you guys want to get all conspiratorial, it is definitely the writings on the wall, and it's going to need a miracle to change the direction of what's going on. And you have to change all of the social programming. We talked about this. All the social engineering, everybody would have to change. And we're just not in that position. We're just completely divided people to this point. And our brother brought up earlier that the fertility rate in Spain and France is in the gutter. So is in Asian countries. The fertility rate in the United States dropped to an all-time low in 2024.
I'm not used to hearing Coach on high speed.
1.6 kids per woman. This is according to the new federal data.
Okay. I think this might be a bit of what this might be what it actually is. So maybe I misheard him. It says for the first time, the number of babies born to women aged 40 and over in the U.S. has surpassed the number of births to teenagers. So I think that's what it was more accurately.
Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Guys, this is where we are. This is where we're going. It hasn't gotten any better in the last 15 to 20 years. And in my opinion, it's only going to get worse. According to the new released CDC data, the U.S. fertility rate fell to an all-time.
Real quick, Banji says all this because women wanted some men to be better people. Banji, brother, or possibly sister, or possibly non-binary, you got a long way to go when it comes to the perspective on the folks on this channel. So shout out to you. Thanks for being here. But if this is not like your usual content, I'm just going to urge you to try to see it from the point of view of men today in 2025. All right, let's move in.
Time low. Okay, in 2024, with women averaging 1.599 children each, which I've been telling you, well below the replacement levels of 2.1. We've been on this trajectory for the last 10 years, 12 years to be specific, and I talked about it in my book, The Evolution. It ain't coming back. This continues a decades-long trend as more women delay and or choose not to have children. It says the current rate aligns with similar declines in Western Europe. Experts say the drop is part of a long-term shift. That what y'all calling it? New world order. And it's not a sudden crisis. That's true. It's not a sudden crisis. Delayed parent.
Average age of birth is 31. So women in their 30s are having the most kids, then 20s, and then 40s, and then teens. Got it. That makes sense. I think that's what he said. So I misheard him.
Over healthcare and affordability are key factors behind the trend. What about...
That's not me. I'm Benji. Sorry, not you, Benji. Banji.
Feminism. New world.
Banji says, that's news to me and my X chromosomes. Well, hey, I mean, I got to give it to you straight.
All right. What about disinformation? What about the dead dating marketplace? What about women selling vagina?
But yeah, if you're gonna characterize this as all this because women wanted some men to be better people, that's just wildly off base. So that's pretty much saying, you know, men were bad, this or that. That's just that's missing a lot of the conversation.
about OnlyFans? What about the strong and independent? There's a whole bunch of things. Of course, the Trump administration has introduced measures like expanding IVF access and proposed, quote, unquote, baby bonuses to encourage childbearing, mostly for white people, but experts argue that these efforts don't address deeper issues like...
I'll let this go for now, but I'm pretty sure, MCD, what you said is the accurate accurate thing here. Real quick, did I get base FCZs? I think life holds women accountable. I think it's men who don't. And not just the simps, but the alphas and the MGTOWs too. Imagine I said that like Anakin Skywalker. What the heck is the gold pill? I'd suggest you watch my video with Paul Elam. If you're actually interested, if you're actually interested in what the gold pill is, here, I will make a good faith effort to give you an opportunity to learn about that. And that's going to be on Paul Elam's channel. Let's see. Paul Elam. Right here. See that? That's Paul. That's a giant gold pill, and then that's me. So if you actually want to see it, you know, I can put this in. I don't know if you can copy and paste from the chat. But you know, if you want to watch it, check out this video. It's a fun video. We go over old newspaper articles about the dowry system, and we discuss about the emerging gold pill. Okay, Base FCZ says, I think the gold pill really is the gold bullet to this dating BS. As men, we have to hold to the standard that we're valuable to. Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to you. Yeah, I like that. I like that imagery there. The gold bullet. I've always imagined like a golden spear being thrown right at the heart of this whole gynocentric mess. Charger on my phone a bit. Nice. Thanks for coming back in, Elena. No worries. Let me end the poll for you guys, by the way, and then I want to ask the accountability. Because, you know, you hear in the manosphere a lot, women aren't accountable. They can't be held accountable. I don't know if I particularly believe that. Something I do think about. I'd like to think any human can be held accountable, but, you know, I'm curious about what you guys think about that. Start poll. Can women be held accountable? Simple question. And this is just something I've seen there for years. And it's always like, oh, well, women aren't accountable, or, you know, so is it just to see what this thinks? 75% says liberated from role. 25% says back in role. And I liked Mr. Pitt's caveat on the whole thing. By the way, Klaus says liberated. We will not get the toothpaste, aka feminism, back into the tube anyway. Enjoy the decline. Shout out to you, Klaus, man. Elena says women can't be accountable without men holding them accountable. Okay, interesting there. Marriage causes divorce. Average age of birth is 31. Okay, yeah, so we got that. Traditionalism requires men to impose boundaries and restraint on women for the benefits of our society and to move our civilization forward so that women are kept in their place. Sorry about that, Benji. Very true, Elena. Right now, there are no boundaries for women, and women are not held accountable by society. That needs to change. The problem is that today the laws and institutions are designed to remove the father's authority. Without a father's authority, there is a collapse to the family. Responsibility without authority is slavery. That is a Rollo quote. Yes, I just got here. Let me shut up and read the room. Well, welcome in, Banji. Klaus says we have intruders in the chat. I'll check it out. Thank you. MCD says gold pill equals women should pay a dowry before marriage and bring stuff to the table. Yep. And if I had to add a sentence, just like how it was historically. So this whole men having to provide and women not contribute is ridiculous. Base FCZ says, this adds to the idea that many women literally don't see good men, don't see emphasized. For whether they're ugly or poor or X, the idea that men aren't trying to be good people is just absurd to me. Yeah, I agree with that too. It's just, that's just more of a kind of, I think, manifestation of like demonizing or shaming. Men are absolutely trying to be good people. And I would even say women are, you know, I mean, it's just, I think most people are. Elena says, I'm not against MGTOW guys per se, because they impose consequences on women by not engaging with them. Benji might be one of my trolls. I'm not an intruder. I'm really enjoying this. All right. Well, hey, welcome in, Benji. All right, I'm gonna have to skip some of these. Elena says women can be held accountable by men. MC says women cannot be held accountable because men are simps and women will start crying. Women are not holding other women accountable. Just check the comment section. That's an interesting question. Well, I guess that makes me think, have women in the past held other women to account, right? So did older women hold younger women accountable ever? I mean, is that a thing? Something to think about, something to think about. Okay, moving back.
I don't know if that's enough to be a housewife.
Well,
like one kid, you could go like be a teacher or something.
Well, I mean, is it? I read a comment this morning where someone said, "Is it surprising for women to expect women to want to have children when women are now expected to be in the workforce and providing, even for themselves?"
Well, yeah, but
when the dowry system went away too, and we've read the newspaper articles here, as parents stopped providing dowries for their daughter. And as this sort of coalesced into the women's movement and feminism, women were saying, well, if you're not going to give us a dowry for marriage and we're not attractive on the marriage market, then we should be educated and given a skill so that we can at least take care of ourselves as we become spinsters if we fail in this romantic love marriage game. So that's an interesting conversation there. And he seems to ask a question about, women providing for themselves. And to this sound effect,
It's my right.
It's also like in Greece, a woman back when they had the dowry system, which was pretty recently, we're talking all the way up to 1980s, from literally 2,000 years ago. If a woman was to be married and her parents didn't give her dowry portion, her marriage portion, she can take her parents to court and they would be compelled to give her portion, for her marriage. So it's as much as the man's right as the woman's right too. So interesting thing there.
Average is 1.5.
Women to want to have children when women are now expected to be in the workforce and providing, even for themselves.
Well, yeah, but the average is 1.5.
Yeah.
So to me, men still want to have kids even though they have to work.
Right. It's true. Right.
Yeah. So I just don't think women want to be mothers as much as we originally thought. Because if we wanted to, we would have.
So how do you respond then when people say that, women naturally want to be that way? Like, in other words, if it was natural, why did it change?
I don't think it was.
I think, well, that's interesting. Pro's going to say she doesn't think it was. But if it is natural, technology operates by exploiting natural things, kind of like sugar does, It's natural to want, for your body to want sugar as it comes in, in its holistic form in food. But when you use technology to isolate that sugar and then you put it on your tongue and you eat that, it's exploiting a sort of biological facet there. I don't know what word to use. And you think that, biologically I want sugar, so it's okay. Well, yeah, but it's missing some things, and it's like this sort of hyper. It's like firing off at like a high degree or something like that. So, technology then, I think in the same way exploits these kinds of things as far as, dating and relationships go.
Women naturally want to be that way. Like, in other words, if it was natural, why did it change?
I don't think it was. And the reason, what made me come to this conclusion? So it was, I couldn't believe how mad women got over abortion. It was like, that was the most visceral when I would debate women, where they would just get so angry. And I'm like, why are you so angry over just a difference in opinion?
I saw your comment there, Banji. Accountability isn't taught by parents anymore. I get into it with both incels and women because that's what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So what does accountability for us by men look like? Also, I want to encourage you not to use the word incels over here, as I think that's derogatory, unless you're going to use an equally derogatory for women. So you can say incels and the B words, but I wouldn't want you to call women that either. So be careful with that incel word. You can say men, or you can say frustrated guys or something like that. Just please have some tact, if you're going to be in here, and try not to, I don't want it to feel like that's directed at anybody else here. So please. And thank you.
And I used to fight really hard because my parents adopted kid. And so pro-life was just something I kind of grew up with. But then I just realized that the infant mortality rate is very similar to adopted kid. And so, I used to fight really hard because my parents like adopted kid. And so pro-life was just something I kind of grew up with. But then I just realized that the infant mortality rate is very similar to the abortion rate today.
Wow.
So
that's an interesting thing right there. The infant mortality rate is similar to the abortion rate today. And you know, the interesting thing about abortions is I don't know if we'd ever really know like the abortion numbers of the past, but like they've had herbs and things like that that would induce abortions. So maybe it wasn't like surgical abortions, but they were happening in the past, you know what I mean? And maybe infanticide too was a type of abortion, if you want to call it that. Really, it's infanticide, but you know, it could have been for that purpose.
I don't have proof or evidence of this, but just anecdotally arguing with women and seeing how much they just fight to what I would view as abort their children, kill their children. I think it's always been like this. I think it's like now that social media is here, we have like, we can see what women actually are.
Do you
also, disagree or agree?
Well, I think that, yeah, I mean, I can see that, but I also think that as far as women wanting to be able to, it just comes down to the fact that women want to be able to have the choice to do that. I mean, obviously, I think that.
God, this is a great conversation so far. I don't know. It's just so calm and just straightforward, and I'm having a lot of fun listening to this.
Be able to have the choice to do that. I mean, obviously, I think that. I used to always kind of wonder about this. It's like, okay, well, the women who are having abortions, do we really want those women reproducing anyway and stuff? Because they're probably just going to.
My bad. No problem. It's all good. Benji says, yeah, I can't stand that word. It's so unhelpful.
Is more, you know, male feminist children and stuff, I guess. So.
I mean, I just think it's useless to fight over it. Like they'll die. Like I think the pro-life movement, like, yeah, they got Roe versus Wade, but if you think a plan B is an abortion, which they do, I mean, those are like through the roof.
Yeah.
So I just don't see it going anywhere in my lifetime. But it would be interesting to like, I think men, like we've talked about this, but men should be able to opt out of child support if women can opt out of motherhood.
Of course. Yeah.
Like, and that's what I mean. The
financial abortion.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. I think the solution to feminism is more feminism. Like we asked to be free. Here you go.
Well, Banji says, my question still stands. What does men holding women accountable look like in practice, generally asking? I'm guessing that's probably a question for Elena or whoever was putting in the chat about that. That's probably a good time for me to end the poll, actually, just so it's not outstanding there. Why did the Scarecrow get an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. Okay. So we got 72% say women. Can women be held accountable? Yes, 72%. No says 27%. Okay, it's an interesting thing. I just wanted to ask because it's like, you know, sometimes you'd hear it in like the negative sense of like it's impossible to hold them accountable or something like that, or for them to hold themselves to account. And, you know, I don't know if that's entirely true.
Well, one of the things that I was looking into is the idea of back in the 70s, and I mean, I'm sure you've heard of Warren Farrell, for example, right? He was kind of like the father.
Oh yeah, I met him. Yeah,
the father of this men's liberation movement, where basically, you know, in the 70s they were trying to, you know, liberate women, but then they were also trying to liberate men. There's actually a famous black and white photo on the internet of a protest where it said, you know, let's share custody, and they wanted mandatory 50-50 physical custody, and they also wanted men to be viewed as more than just success objects. Meanwhile, today, we're promoting the very opposite of that. We're saying that men should be success objects. And so I think that maybe revisiting that idea of maybe gender roles can be more fluid or more of a choice as opposed to more of an expectation.
So what would that look like to you? So like, you know, relationship beginning to end, how would it go?
So that's the tough question there too, right? Because, and this is where the tradcons get on red pillars, because it's like, well, they have, you know, what is a model for them. Typically their model stops at 1950 and they don't look beyond that. But they will say, well, this is what it was. You know, woman stays home, man works, man provides, this and that. So when it comes to the kind of issues we're dealing with today, they often say, well, you know, what are you offering? And if it's not better than what we're offering, then we're not going to take you seriously. I get what they're saying, but at the same time, part of discovering what is going to work involves having to embrace uncertainty on this and try something new. Because if you don't do that, then, you know, you're not going to figure anything out. And what they're proposing, unfortunately, hasn't been working because the world and environment we live in just doesn't make that a reality. And this is where us digging into the dowry system and looking at history of marriage in the West really comes in, because instead of just saying bring the dowry system back, we're just trying to take principles that we're learning from there and say, how can this apply going forward in the future? And then this is how you get gold pill thinking going on.
Oh,
well, I mean, I think that, you know, there are plenty of things that women are capable of that they're not doing just because they believe that that's a man's job.
Okay.
You know, like anything
Sorry,
women
guys.
don't want to do is automatically labeled masculinity, right?
such a good.
There are plenty of things that women are capable of that they're not doing just because they believe that that's a man's job.
Okay.
You know, like anything women don't want to do is automatically labeled masculinity, right?
Such a good point.
I mean, women women are perfectly capable of approaching men for business, but they won't approach men for relationships.
That's so true.
And it's crazy because if women approach men, they're far more likely to have success than if men approach women. Plus,
Yeah.
women don't like being approached by the men that they don't like.
You know what's interesting? A male space. I don't know if he's here tonight, but I follow him on Twitter, and he one of his main axe to grind, I guess you can say, is that marriages don't happen from cold approaches. And he'll sometimes post stats and things about like how people met, married couples met, and a lot of them isn't from like this cold approach kind of thing, like this sort of like game pickup artistry type stuff. You know, not to throw shade at pickup artistry. I mean, the one pickup artist that I like is Matt Cross. Shout out to Matt Cross with 33 Secrets. But like, I don't know. It's something Mel Space always says, and I find it interesting watching him kind of go about Twitter lobbying for that.
So kind of.
So you'd like to see women approach men?
Oh, absolutely. I think that would definitely. But you know, a lot of people will say, "Oh, but that, you know, the man is supposed to lead," and it's like, well, you know, the women control the dating market, but the men are somehow the leaders, and it's kind of a weird. You know,
They kind of did that in Bumble. Like now that everything's digital, do you think that works? Or
of course not, because when a woman messages you on Bumble, what's her message? Hey.
I don't
That's
know.
all they say. They say hey and nothing else. And then they still expect the man to kind of take over. In fact, I even asked a question about this similar. I said, okay, if men are expected to protect women because they're physically stronger, why can't women pay all the bills? Why are both duties assigned to the man? So there are plenty of, you know, I mean, because we still have this idea, you know, his money is our money and, you know, her money is her money. And I'm saying, okay, well then what are women working for? You know what I mean? So there's plenty of things that women are capable of. And it's like, okay, well then step up and prove it. But we're always expecting the men to step up to delusional standards. Men have more, we're asking more of men than has ever been asked in history.
And the other thing too is women's money is way easier to get. It is far easier to make money as a woman because like at 22, you could go be like a pharmacist. Like there are girls from my school that went and made 6 figures right out of college as a pharmaceutical sales rep. How long was
That reminds me of the sugar baby thread we read on Reddit. You know what's crazy about her is like she never, like, I guess she wasn't getting paid. She was just getting everything paid for her. So she was getting her apartment paid for and she was getting gifts, which I guess she did sell for money. So that kind of counts, I guess. But it's, that was just such a weird situation. 10 years of that.
take a guy to do?
Well, women are getting, you know, they have female-only scholarships.
Yeah.
Women are getting, I mean, obviously there was all the DEI stuff. I don't know how that's changed.
Ben said, right, I was about to call, to mention Cold Approach, and Matt C called this Cold Fusion, made a whole live stream about it. I'll have to see your channel. I don't know if I can click on you from the chat. Oh, it says go to channel right here. There you go, man. Hey, you know what, man? I'm going to go ahead and subscribe to you. Let me bring you on the big screen. This took you on my third screen for some reason. There we go. Benji 84.0. Okay, cool, man. Hey, man, there you got my subscribe. I'll listen to some of this when I get it. The Stoic live stream. Inconvenient Truth, Female Loneliness. Oh, there's our brother Benji right there. Huh. I wonder if I've seen you around before. Interesting. Well, I'll watch some of your stuff, man. I'll check it out. If you want, yeah, guys, you know, check out Benji's stuff there.
Changing now with the new administration. You also have the, you know, I mean, women they always have a bailout. They could do OnlyFans if they want to. I mean, women, you know, female bartenders, female hostesses, you know, cocktail waitresses in Vegas. I mean, they make a lot of money just because they can use their looks to open a lot of doors.
And you know what they should be doing? If they want a traditional marriage, they should be saving that money. And then when they hit the where they want to get married, they can say, hey, I saved $126,000. That's I got $126, $511 and 62 cents. And I'm going to parlay with this in the marriage market. What is, you know, this is how I want to help start out my traditional life where I stay at home and have 2 kids and, you know, bring them up to about 10 or 11 or whatever when the oldest kid's old enough to watch the younger kid. And then I'll go back to work at that time, you know, and then while the husband's providing.
Is that a thing here? I've heard that there's like in Vegas, really hot, like broke guys that
Giovanni says, remember, Shah, if you can game the judge, then you can game anything. Exactly. Yeah. If you end up in family court, just use pickup on the judge. You'll just game the judge.
That they just live off of these bottle girls. Is that a thing?
No problem, Benji. Shout out to you, man. Thanks for being here.
I don't know. It's possible. I mean, I'm sure that.
But you do interviews all the time. You never run into anything like that.
Not so much, but that would be a good question. Like maybe.
That's an interesting question.
Kind of find out, like, yeah.
Are there like guys that just exploit the women making money? I mean, there's probably is some guys doing that. Let's be honest. MS says the male space is 100% correct on this one. Cold approach has rarely historically resulted in long-term marriages. Long-term relationships or marriages that lasted a long time. Yeah, it's an interesting thing to think about.
You got some, you know, some Chad living with you who, no, I mean, look, I've heard some women saying, you know, oh, you know, I've taken care of men before, but I mean, are women going to take those men seriously for a relationship, or are they just looking for an F-boy? You know what I mean? So
yeah, there was a guy I knew in London, and that was his play. He went and got really jacked, and he would just hit on like 32-year-old lawyers and live for free in London.
Well, that's the thing.
And there's nothing more important than marrying a wealthy woman. As you get older, I'm going to teach you tricks on how to find a dumb lady that loves just tanning and comes from a family full of perhaps oil money. And then you can be a spoken for, well taken care of trophy husband and surf every day. And then maybe someday grandpa can also get on the money train and be a part of your rich wife's life.
Oh man.
Also, it's kind of like, you know,
he kind of reversed the system where he's like, I'm just going to go to the gym. It's easier than getting a job.
Yeah, well,
it's almost like women sort of living up to the Barbie ideal, right? Like women, the Barbie era was a thing. A lot of women didn't like that because they couldn't live up to the high standards of the Barbie. And that's how you got the Barbie movie, where a lot of the women in the Barbie movie are mad at Barbie when she goes from the Barbie world to the real world. And this guy is playing into the male version of the kind of Barbie-esque thing there, where he's going to maximize his physical looks and then use it to extort money from the women that have money. Legend. That guy's a legend.
Well, it's funny too because
that was King
Rich's. Kind of like I remember when I was at
know.
the AVN Awards and I was interviewing the sex workers. I asked a question about if a unwanted pregnancy happened during the shooting of a professional scene, because obviously sex work is filmed without condoms. Then, you know, is there anything that the man can do to avoid being held responsible for child support?
Man, that always reminds me of a case of when I worked at child support, and I will just always remember this case. And this case, an actress on set this was a polyandric meeting here. This was not a polygyny. Okay, whatever. It was a freaking it was a bunch of guys and one woman scene, okay? Now the one woman on this scene got pregnant and she decided to keep the baby, okay? So the child support agency had to go one by one through the guys that were on scene that day and figure out who the dad was. And the answer is yes. When we figured out who that was, that person had to pay child support.
And this woman said to me, well, you know, if I get pregnant, then I'm definitely going after that man for child support. And I said, well, actually, since female sex workers are getting paid more than male sex workers, wouldn't you be the one responsible to pay child support?
That's a good point. Now, it does depend on custody, right? And if these two people don't know each other outside of meeting on set one time, and he lives in New York City and she lives in Florida, and he flew down to New York for this scene, and she has 100% custody, and he lives in New York, then, you know, that's probably what's going to happen.
What'd she say?
Actually, well, it's unfortunate because I didn't think of that at the time. I thought of that after the fact. So that's the thing. Sometimes, you know, follow-up questions will come a little bit late. Like, you know, I said, oh, I should have said this or should have said that. But I did kind of, I don't know. It's just, I think that even when I'm doing like street interviews, sometimes it's like so noisy. I mean, just like this is one of the noisiest cities. I mean, I'm out on the Strip, you know, on, you know, a Friday or Saturday night, and you've got motorcycles and helicopters, and sometimes people are like right in front of your face and I can't hear what they're saying. And so there's times where I want to follow up, or sometimes I think of, you know, a good follow-up that I could say later. And so, you know, it's just, you know, I'm an evolving creator just like you are and stuff. I'm learning new things, you know, as I grow. If you look at my earliest stuff, I'm thinking, oh, I could have said this. And, you know, so we're all learning.
Man, that watermelon was so
okay,
good.
so you'd like to see women approach men. Like, what other masculine like duties would you say? Would you like men to be like
the idea that men are expected to be the sole providers, or that, you know, or just this notion that, you know, I mean, you know, that men have to have all this money. I mean, who's advocating for the average man? Do we want to live in a society where only the top 10, 20% of men get all the women, and then the bottom 80% of men are all just celibate? And then,
you know, in that society, it just, if there's not enough people to be able to keep the complex systems that we have going on, whether it's the logistical systems, just everything we got to do to maintain the technology we have to keep your house heated and electricity going, and all the giant water pumps that are in the city that work to move water around. I got a buddy that's an electrical engineer. He tells me all about this stuff. I mean, so it's just not going to work, and it's going to lead to a process of de-evolution. Shout out to Coach here, de-evolution, because there's no way that they're going to be able to sustain all the things, all the systems we have to sustain to keep the life, that the complex civilization that we have going. So, you know, that top heavy thing like that ain't gonna work.
What's going to be the incentive for them to want to do anything?
Right.
And then we're sitting here and we're saying, you know, oh, well, men are weak because they want to stay home and play video games. And it's like, well, what should they do? Go out and be in the social scene and
overpay. What they want them to do is overpay.
Get, you know, abused and get ripped off. So I think
it's like, yeah, you can do that. Okay, you know, you can overpay and you can get that. And the one prescription from the red pillars in that sense has become the high value man. Coach was saying increase leverage and options. That's all you can do. There's no sense in complaining about it. So that's one pathway there. The other guys are going to say, you know, I could do that, but it's a bad deal. And I don't, you know, they don't like that it's a bad deal. So they might choose to go MGTOW or something like that. So something for the average people needs to get figured out in order to keep the ship going. Otherwise, the ship is just out here stuck in dirty water and it's like halfway sunk and it's not going anywhere.
That what's happening is, I almost believe that the male loneliness epidemic might be by design, because I think that, you know, the whole idea that sex sells. And I think kind of like everyone's exploiting men now. Everyone's exploiting that problem. I think that there are feminists exploiting those lonely men to try to sell them OnlyFans. And there are tradcons exploiting those lonely men to try to sell them marriage, which is an unfair deal. And there are dating coaches trying to exploit those lonely men to sell them courses
Right.
and self-improvement.
So I guess how would that, I'm just trying to think of a world, like, do you think that's even possible where men, like women are really going to approach men?
Well,
And like, you know, I'm not saying it wouldn't be nice. I'm just wondering.
That's a fair question on her part, you know, and that's an interesting discussion. I think a lot of people who are like evolutionary biology focused folks are going to say no because it's like this, and the men are always supposed to be the pursuers and this kind of thing. I don't even know how true that is, because on the other end, it's funny they'll say that, and this is just me thinking out loud, but then they'll say when you become the high value man, you are the prize and the women pursue you. So clearly women are capable of being the pursuers to some extent. You know, I think ultimately culture might have, and nurturing might have something to say about that. You know what I mean? And it's in terms of if things change, maybe after a few generations, maybe women will pursue more. I mean, you know, I don't know, to be open-minded about it. Where's my YouTube comments? Mr. Pitt says, women don't miss men asking them out. They miss shutting men down and laughing about it. Yeah, I mean, that's why men have stopped in a lot of those things. The idea that sex sells and that men need sex is a feminist falsification bubble to convince men that men need the only thing women have to offer. That's an interesting perspective on that. I think that can get us another poll question there, Elena. Is sex a need? I'm tempted to say, is it a need for men? Or just leave it as kind of non-gendered and just say, is sex a need? I'm just going to leave it like that instead of saying for women or for men. And I'm just interested to see what the folks watching here think about that. So, when feminists convince men that men need women more than women need men, men are easily manipulated. I agree with that. That's true. That's true.
Wondering if you think, or that like,
if you have anybody gaslit to be convinced that they need the other party more than the other party needs them, I think that is bad for whoever's being convinced of that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think what happens is necessity is the mother of invention. People do what they have to do.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I think that the reason a lot of men simp is because they kind of have to.
Yeah.
Because men, you ever hear the expression "all men pay"?
Yeah.
It's like even if you're not paying with your money, you pay with your money, energy, attention, and time. Men have to.
Shout out to Coach Greg Adams. That is the Coach Greg Adams spectacular there. Sounds like John might have forgot to credit him, but John knows Coach, so they're on a different level together, I think.
So it's kind of like men just have to play the game, and women are the ones who make the rules. And so what ends up happening is, I think that it just comes down to a question of who has the leverage. Right now, women control access to sex. Sex is the ultimate power, and women know this, and women abuse this. And so men are basically stuck, men have a higher biological need for sex than women. I think men actually, sex is a need for most men. And so I think that in order to kind of level the playing field, I'm not necessarily saying women have to approach men, but in other words, I believe that women are coming from an abundance mindset. Men are coming from a scarcity mindset.
That's true. I mean, at least it seems that way for a lot of people. TB69, you look new, man. Shout out to you, TB69. Okay, what is TB says, I worked with a woman who looked like she was an extra on The Hills Have Eyes. Married with 2 kids, women have it way easier dating compared to men. Thank you for that, TB. MCD says sex is a need, but you can have sex with yourself. W hand game. Maybe I should have changed the question. Is sex and intimacy a need? Or you know what? We'll do that for the next question. So we'll start with, is sex a need? And then we'll ask, is intimacy a need? I guess we'll talk more about that after that poll closes. Sex is a physiological drive that is good to have, but it's not the need on the same level as food, water, and shelter. That's true. I think there's a hierarchy of needs that I can see that. Benji says, yeah, it's a need. That's why I don't hold that against women. We're all human. It depends how they play it. Got it. If you let women play you with sex, women can easily manipulate you. God created first a man, then a woman to be his companion and a helpmate. A man was created first, not a woman. That's from Elena. Giovanni says, absolutely a need. If it wasn't, men and women would rarely interact. For example, kids. That's an interesting view on it. I'm going to close this one down, and then I'm going to ask the next one. So hopefully enough of you guys got to it. Let's see. 75% said yes, it's a need. That was from 8 votes. So, okay, we're kind of low on the poll participation. That's okay. Let me ask about intimacy now. Start a poll. Is intimacy... And I kind of mean intimacy as separate from like sex. Now, I think often those two are probably seen as one and the same, but I do want to ask it separately. Is intimacy a need? Question mark. There we go. So I just want to put that in there. See how that compares.
Of course, unless you're like that top, 10% man who has women approaching you. And the whole idea of women approaching is kind of not that far-fetched because a lot of these dating coaches want to sculpt men to become that super high-value man that women chase.
There we go. Yeah, we were just talking about that. So it's like, yeah, women are capable of chasing.
So women will chase the minority of men.
And they absolutely will. Like, they will sit there and scheme to lock down somebody.
But men are chasing the majority of women. So I think what has to happen is there has to be some kind of shift in leverage. And I think a big thing that would help that is men being given more access to more sexual access. In other words, I think what's happening right now is everyone's telling men, step up and pay a higher price to the point where they're overpaying. I think what we...
he's talking about overpaying. Hold on a second.
Step up and pay a higher price to the point where they're overpaying. I think what we need to focus on is I think we need to figure out ways to lower the price.
Mm-hmm.
I've done several episodes on, I think that legalization.
I think a lot of times when John says this, people think what he means is coochie communism. I don't think that's what he means. I think he means coochie capitalism. And I've heard that before. I think in his discussion with Walter and Coach, I think it went that way. But coochie communism, I think, would be forcing and saying, hey, you need to sleep with these people because coochie capitalism is like if you legalize prostitution or something. I think that's one of the things John suggests. What it would do is ostensibly lower the price of it if it's more accessible by more people. So I don't know. But, then there's places that have prostitution legalized and, I don't know whether it changes stuff or not, but it's an interesting question. Base FCZ says it's not a need, but I think men really need to recognize that women do indeed enjoy sex, and we're not just buggers asking for crumbs to smash them. Yeah, I was talking about this with somebody. I think it was with Peter Wright. I was chatting with them, and I don't buy this whole men are dogs and will sleep with anything, or will sleep with any warm wet hole. I just don't buy that. I mean, even if I'm swiping on the apps, I'm swiping left on like 95% of women. That's what I don't understand that. Like, if I'm not attracted to her, that's just me personally. And that doesn't mean that's how all guys are. Maybe all guys really are like this. I've just never bought it because of my own experience. Because there's times where, yes, it probably could have happened, but I really did not want to do it. And yes, it had been a long while since I had done it, and I had to sit here and think of a tactful way to extricate myself from the situation. You know what I mean? So this whole like men are dogs thing, and they just can't control themselves with that. I don't really buy that. I do think it's a need on some level. Like, is it food, air, and water? No, but it is a need. And like, if you're not with anybody and you're not looking at any, you're not auto-stimulating, we should say, on a long enough timeline, I think you will end up having a wet dream or something like that. So it is like a physiological need in that way. So I don't know if there's a way around that. Unless you're just so like monk focused and you just even prevent the wet dreams somehow, Alex Alex says sex is not a need like food, air, in the sense that a man won't die, but it's a strong urge. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a need, but there's a hierarchy of needs. You know, if you're starving, I don't even know, like, if it'll work all the way down there. I really don't know. I could be making that up. But that could probably do something to libido. Giovanni says, okay, I got that one already. No one wants emotional intimacy, F all that BS. Really? Like, you know, see, maybe it's where you're at on the other side of a marriage. You know what I mean? Like, you've been married, you've done that, but is there not like a part of you that enjoys like hanging out with the woman, you know? And I'm not like, I don't know, like, it's not nice sometimes. Like, you don't like think like, oh, you know what? Like that's I can appreciate that, you know, spent some time together, you know, beyond just like the sort of physical act of sex, right? Because you could see a prostitute, but you know, that's different from like your girlfriend or your wife, you know what I mean? Where, yes, you guys do that with each other, but I don't know. It's something to think about. I think intimacy is important. Wow, we're at a solid 50-50 on the poll. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I'll leave it up for a bit and see if anybody else wants to vote on that. Giovanni says the JUCO is severely overpriced at the moment. Legalizing it would help adjust the prices to match its real-time market value. Yeah, see, so that would be like coochie capitalism, right? So I think that's how I got off on this whole tangent. I think that's kind of what he means. Elena says if men have standards and frame, if they operate under their natural authority, they can always say no to women offering them for sex. Both men and women enjoy sex. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah, I think saying no and develop, you know, maybe it takes some time for some guys to develop that, especially if there is an attraction there and there is a temptation there. Then that, you know, that's important too, especially if you can try to think a little bit more long-term beyond the immediate pleasure of it. Giovanni says, I was just about to bring up wet dreams. Your body literally makes you bust if you don't. Yeah. I mean, and that's a thing. F no, they're crazy. W professionals, this needs to be legalized and normalized.
Of prostitution. I know it's a very controversial topic. Not a lot of people talk about.
Oh, there we go. Look, right on cue. Right on cue.
I've done several episodes on, I think, that legalization of prostitution. I know it's a very controversial topic. Not a lot of people talk about it. But I think if prostitution was safe and regulated prostitution, I'm not talking about streetwalkers. I'm talking about...
See, and that's not coochie communism. That's coochie capitalism. Because he's talking about the legalization, which opens this particular thing up to be on the market. You know, so if it's on the market, then you'll start getting supply and demand forces with the real, you know, an actual legal dollar value on what this is. So I don't know. It's, you know, it's an interesting thing. Klaus says, hanging out does not equal as emotional intimacy for me. I'm hanging out with the woman occasionally, but I sure as hell won't put in effort emotionally. Way too much risk to get burned. Yeah, and when I say hanging out, I mean like boyfriend, girlfriend stuff, like flirting. You know what I mean? Like as separate from doing the deed, like, but you're still, you know, it's not like a friend zone stuff. So that's not what I mean. And I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but part of me thinks I should probably clarify that. It is still on a you guys like each other level, you know. Elena says women realize that if men admit that they can't live without sex, women can manipulate them with sex. Interesting. All men pay, but Chad gets the biggest discount. MCD. Klaus says, and I've made that very clear before hanging out with her. She knows what's the deal. Man, Klaus, I'm just imagining you in that Porsche, and I like it. I like that.
If we had brothels and men could go get sex anytime they wanted, I think that women would have to be forced to bring more to the table because sex wouldn't be enough.
Do you see that in Vegas? Because isn't it semi-legal here?
Not necessarily.
I like
it's
your car.
legal in Pahrump, I believe, or in Nye County.
Klaus found one of these.
And there's nothing more important than marrying a wealthy woman. As you get older, I'm going to teach you tricks.
Klaus found a woman with the Porsche.
It's like I think it's like a 2-hour drive away, but it's not it's not convenient. It's not affordable. Most people can't afford, a $300 to $500, you know what I mean? But what we have right now is almost worse than prostitution because I think men are paying for the opportunity to maybe get it, but they're not actually getting it.
We have like this. I hate pausing it when someone's blinking.
And so I think,
I think we just live in a weird gray area world where, people want to be traditional sometimes, but other times they don't want to, or women, want to dabble in monetized dating marketplace, but then they also want to marry after that and pretend like they didn't do that. Another thing about legalized prostitution is it puts a certified stamp on that. Like you're filing taxes under being a prostitute. You know what I mean? Like this happened, right? There's no denying it. Like this is what it was. Society recognized that. You were licensed for it for a time. Like it's certified that you were this. There's a dedicated lane for that. You might exit that lane. You might even go back into it, but there is a lane. So it's not this like sort of covert thing that we got going on now where people are just trying to have their cake and eat it too and get the best of both worlds. This kind of thing. Would that happen, if it was legalized too? Maybe to some extent, but I think what we have now is just this very strange thing.
I've even asked the question, if men could get sex anytime they want, almost like go to a massage parlor or almost like we have dispensaries for, I think
it's a conversation too, where it's like a lot of folks in the red pill, I don't think would want to have this because it's kind of like a taboo, It's the same thing with like if you're in a relationship with a woman or you're attracting someone, you're seducing someone, speaking too overtly about sex is an issue. And can kill kind of what's going on because she might, she's gonna get creeped out or whatever, and be like, oh, that's all you want, whatever. And then so a lot of people in the manosphere, if they want to advocate for prostitution, I think it kind of has a little bit of this taboo on it. So they'll say, well, I don't do that, but I think it should be, or I don't know, whatever it happens to be. I think I saw Myron say that on a tweet recently. Or they won't want to advocate for it, or it'll kind of come into this masculinity thing. Like, I don't pay for it. It's honestly one of the reasons I respect Coach, because Coach is like so honest about that and what he does. So it's just like I respect him for having the gusto to just be straightforward about it.
If that was available to men, I think they wouldn't feel the need to overpay. They would be more selective because they would, and I think there would be no reason to be with a woman other than love.
And I could actually see that potentially happening. Could you?
Well, I mean,
prostitution getting legalized.
Why not in Vegas? I mean,
yeah,
it makes the most sense here to start with. But I don't know. I mean, it might be an unfortunate reality that we're headed towards, but I know that tradcons definitely wouldn't like that because it promotes degeneracy, according to their.
Yeah, but if they cared about degeneracy, they would promote young marriage, and they don't.
Well,
yeah, like because like sex is a need and people are going to have sex with somebody. So if you're not promoting people to get married at, like, when does the sex drive start? Like, I don't even want to say.
Puberty, basically, I think would be the quickest way. MCD says red pill guys pay the most. Gym, dating courses, wasting time learning game, fashion, Lambos chains. I don't know why that makes me laugh so much. It just does. The way you listed it off there is hilarious, man. Don't mention that to modern females. It will backfire on you. Trust me, gentlemen. I'm going to close this poll just so we don't have one hanging open here. 64% said yes, intimacy is a need. And I don't want to put emotional intimacy on it because I feel like emotional intimacy is more of like a recent sort of wordsmithing. But 64% say yes and 35% say no out of 14 votes. I mean, that's interesting.
Because we're not it's kind of uncomfortable and we're on YouTube, but it's like, it's pretty young. So like if we're having sex, like urges from the time you're 14, 15, 16 years old, like, even at 22, most people aren't going to be virgins if they have the choice.
Yeah.
So I'm like, unless you're promoting a young marriage, what are people going to do about their sex drives? I was just on a Christian show like 5 days ago, and it just premiered today actually, and I was arguing with the guys and saying that sex was a need for men, and that if Christians like cared about degeneracy, they would push young marriage, like 18.
Someone told me also that I think could that possibly even keep marriages together? I mean, someone said something about like I think it was in Japan where married men will go off and go see concubines or whatever it is, kind of on the side, and the wives.
I think it was Japan. I saw a short about that. I don't know how true it is, but the short said that in Japan, a man seeing a prostitute, the wife doesn't really consider that cheating. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but it was like a thing that was going around the internet.
Don't want to hear about it. But I'm not sure. I mean, it's, should men be stuck in a dead bedroom marriage? You know what I mean? Because, I mean, obviously, when we talk about marriages, a lot of times men are hostages within their own marriage.
Yeah.
And, women are paid to leave, and men, it's cheaper to keep her. And
I'm not saying that guys, especially in this climate, should get married at 18. But I'm saying if the conservatives cared about degeneracy, they'd push it, right? Because then that problem's solved.
Yeah. I kind of had this question about that. I said, why is it that anything feminists don't like, they label misogyny, and anything that tradcons don't like, they label degeneracy?
Oh, wow. That's a good question.
It's a good one there. Let's hear that again. Maybe I can get some of you guys in the chat to answer that.
Conservatives cared about degeneracy, they'd push it, right? Because then that problem's solved.
Yeah. I kind of had this question about that. I said, why is it that anything feminists don't like, they label misogyny, and anything that tradcons don't like, they label degeneracy?
One more time. I got distracted.
About that. I said, why is it that anything feminists don't like, they label misogyny, and anything that tradcons don't like, they label degeneracy?
Oh, wow. That's a good question.
What's funny about it is that red pillars are often receive the brunt of both of those criticisms there. Gamer says, bro, when are you going to sleep? Gold pill grind. Oh, yeah, we ain't stopping. I mean, honestly, maybe after like the 4-hour mark, I start thinking about it. I might run it for another hour. I mean, we're kind of big chilling. I had all this watermelon, so I'm not dehydrated like I was last week. So that's good. Let me just check out some chats. I probably missed a lot. Elena says, my husband says, so that's Plutarch. Money can't save you. Muscles can't save you. Game can't save you. Frame might save you if you can keep it. That's a interesting quote there. Frame. Benji says, I was referring to professional ladies of the night to make that clear. Pearl is talking about other things now. Got it. MCD says, food is a need. McDonald's is a want. Sex is a need. Intimacy is a want. I can kind of see where you're getting at there. MCD says, looks greater than frame, just be chat. Base FCC says, I don't think men should have to pay women to pleasure them. Women get to have sex and money? Nah, fam. How do men pay money to do more work? Do you pay a store for a chocolate bar you already have? Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I agree with that. And I think on some level, I think most guys don't want to do that. They don't want to. Now, you might say that could be how we view masculinity. You might say it's ego or something like that. But, one thing I do believe is that, I think someone said it in the chat earlier, is both men and women they both want that, and that is a activity that both are doing, together. Now, reaching completion and all these kinds of things, there might be some women out there, they're going to talk about the orgasm gap or something like that. But let's just say in an ideal situation where both people are satisfied. Yeah, both people are, it's an equivalent exchange, to borrow a term from Full Metal Alchemist. But it's just like, yeah, why it doesn't make sense. But then it's funny because you think about it, and that's like the tradcon, TM sort of default setting right there, that the man pays for it, basically, the provide and protect. I mean, to use Coach from Free Agent Lifestyle, meat, money, energy, attention, and time, the tradcons want the meat to be paid to the woman. And then ostensibly, because they're all operating off the romantic model, then, you know, he gets paid back with the intimacy and the sex or whatever. But I don't view it that way. I mean, especially in light of the dowry system, the children are both of the parents' kids, not like, oh, well, I gave these kids to you. Like, no, they're your kids. Every time I got to look at this kid's face, I got to see your face in it too. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's an equivalent thing there. Mr. Pitt says, Pearl is right. If tradcons genuinely cared about ending degeneracy, they'd tell women to control their sexuality and they'd stop telling men to wife up reformed OnlyFans girls and 304s. Yeah, and then to marry earlier. You know, one thing that helps with earlier marriage is a dowry, because then the young couple can afford to get a place to live. That's the seed money to get the new household started. So, you know, tradcons might want to think about that. Benji said, I don't think Walsh should push it. It makes him spaz out. Shaming language. They're both effective social shaming. It gets other men to attack the men they are labeling as enemies. Us versus them culture wars. Okay, I'm just going to run back to this over here.
That's a good question.
So it's just two competing ideologies. You know?
So how would you like to see the dating process go? Like in your, I mean, this is just a dream world, right? Or
well, I would say that, you know, ideally, you know, if you could go and, you know, just approach the woman that you want and she's, you know, receptive and she's, you know, like, you know, not like, oh, why are you talking to me?
Sorry, I meant like in like the women approach the men and then
sorry.
what? Sorry, in this.
She means like in okay.
Process.
Oh, well, just women approach men and just, I think that.
I mean, you know, there's a question of how much like narcissism is at play here. And Peter Wright has been doing work on this. He has some articles about that. And it was actually in the chivalry book too. So anybody who watched that on Post Millman's saw a discussion of where narcissism goes into this and how romantic chivalry in particular has fed into this entitlement and sort of narcissism that's come from women expecting certain things from men. And, you know, part of the man approach and all that stuff, I wonder how much of that's natural and how much of it is just a kind of culturally ingrained narcissism that we see in a lot of women. That then expect, well, you know, I won't deign to approach, the man has to. But then, of course, when it's a high value man, then they would do that. So I think a lot of it is just this kind of mismatch of who they are and you know, this narcissistic influence.
It
like women pay for dates.
Labels like misogyny, degeneracy are used to avoid to have to make an argument. They are used in case the ideology is at a weak point. See what you're saying? Yeah, it's like it's just there to attack and it's kind of shame and just kind of get them out of the way. It's over for women when virtual AI girlfriends come out on VR headsets. I gotta be honest with you, like, listen, I'm sure the technology is very advanced. I just don't ever think that like humans can build something that is gonna be equivalent to you know, being with a real woman. I just don't know. I'm not holding out for that. I don't know about that. You know, there's always going to be something like you gotta, you know, if you're going to have this machine that's that sophisticated, you got to maintain the machine. You know, you got to make sure all the joints are lubricated right. Like sounds like it would be a giant pain in the ass. Like I don't think it would be more than just, you know, masturbating, basically. It's just masturbating with a bunch of extra stuff. I've once said prostitution, sex without intimacy, is basically masturbating with another person's body. I mean, but anyways, as far as the AI and the technology goes, listen, I'm sure it would be like a super advanced XXX video or something. I just don't know if humans are going to get there to make something that you really believe and it feels like a woman. You know what I mean? I don't know. That feels but is a woman. I don't know. The Prowler Soldier. Hey, man, cool name, bro. Shout out to you. First time seeing you. I'm so invisible. I'm 20. I am told I'm attractive, but I scare off any woman with my personality because I like war stuff. Probably something that women aren't that interested in. I overthink. I feel lost. I'll probably just get an AI woman or jack off so much. Listen, man, you're 20 years old and what you're feeling is not abnormal for men your age. You're trying to figure out how to feel comfortable doing all this stuff with women and stuff like that. My 20s were a tough time too, man. And it's looking back, it's almost crazy. Like I think it's just you growing into yourself, man. Like you got to give yourself some credit. You're not out of the game. I'm telling you, it's not like that. Like it's not all going to be consigned to some AI stuff. I think by the time you hit 30, man, it'll be different. I believe that for you. You know, a lot of it, I wish I could find the video that is the penultimate dating video. Gosh, man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. Let me see if I can. Learning model. Let's see. Gosh, I hope I can find it. This is what it's going to be like for you, man. Oh, here it is, bro. Listen, guys, this is the only how-to date video you're ever going to need right here, all right? This is it. I need to save this to my playlists. Oh, gosh. Okay, all right, guys, I want you to pay attention. You're never going to need to watch anything from a dating guru again. This is the video, all right? This is Prowling Soldier beginning his dating journey. Oh, I started talking about war stuff. Okay. Oh, crap. Okay, well, I started being overbearing and I was just going on about something. Okay, next date. All right, he didn't talk about the war stuff. Okay, he mentioned sex too early. Okay, next woman. All right, okay, not going to talk about sex. So, okay, damn. All right, I talked about sex again too early. Okay. Not going to just be hella straightforward. Going to try to get some flirt in there. All right, okay, we're going to try again. We're at the sixth attempt now. All right, he's getting somewhere. He got the first kiss. Oh, damn, he got the first kiss. Okay. Oh, okay. So it stopped there. He said something funky after that. All right, but he learned from that. Okay. All right, yeah. All right, so he's made out with the chick that was so tight, it needs to happen again. Like, nothing beated that feeling. Like, he got that kiss when he dropped her off home, and he drove home so elated. And then something happened. She just wasn't feeling him. He got super clingy and he was upset that she didn't want to go on a second date. But he ain't giving up. He's back out here because he stays gaming. You know what I'm saying? You got to stay gaming. So he's like, all right. I got the other here. We made out. Oh, damn. I copped a feel or two. She was feeling it. All right. You know what I'm saying? And now he's on the date with the next chick and it didn't work out with that one. All right. You get the point I'm trying to make here? Like, you got to get out there and get experience. But it's hard. How do I get a woman to look at me? But the key is you're going to try different things until you find something that works. And you're going to get so good at this. Listen, man, I was driving over somewhere today to go hang out with somebody. And I was thinking about how much I love that intimidated feeling. Like that feeling of like being scared and nervous. And as you get older and you have enough experience with women, you don't really get that. But every now and then you get that feeling if you're super into her for some reason. And it's like when I get that feeling, I'm so happy. Like, I'm like, oh my God, I'm nervous right now. This is great. This is actually going to be a fun day today. But that feeling for you at 20 is like damn near paralyzing. So I'm telling you, man, there's so much more coming. And we're going to watch all 3 minutes of this. This is the last dating video any of you are ever going to need to see. All right. Oh, dang. Okay, it stopped at the first kiss again. Let's see if he can make it, to the next third base over here. Oh, hold on. Okay, dang. Almost. That ain't how you do it, man. You know what I'm saying? You want to be silent. Pulsar over here says drove her home, did not stop, threw her out of the car, drove her away. Gonna have to go back to the drawing board. Oh, damn, he did it. He got to third base. He almost home run. Oh, it was crazy. Oh my God. Okay. She wasn't feeling it. You got a little pushy there, man. You don't want to be too pushy, man. You gotta remember, it's gotta be fun for her too. All right. Like, she needs to be enjoying it. It's fun when she's enjoying it. Oh, damn. Okay. One more time. All right, it sucked. You were feeling like crap. You almost made it that time. Okay, but you didn't give up, right? You know, you got back at it. You know, you changed up the style a little bit. You put some new, different dating app photos on. You talked to your homie who was a photographer, and you're like, all right, dog, let's just do it serious this time. Okay. Oh, okay, no, don't worry. Oh, all right. This is the learning model. Oh, damn, he got a second BJ. Third base or whatever it was. And he really liked her, but damn. All right, okay, she agreed to see him again. He apologized. She agreed to see him again. He just said, you know, he got really excited. He doesn't know what came over him. That's not usually him. She bought it. Damn, okay, it didn't work. All right, next girl. Okay, come on now. It gets trickier, you know what I'm saying? But once you do it once, man, then you're just like, oh my gosh. You feel like it's not that far away from you. It's not like that big of a deal, you know? Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it, man. That's how it happens. All right, see? So Prowler, I want you to remember that. All right, 79,000 people like this, and they all learned something from it. So big shout out to Prowler. You're going to be good, man. Everything's going to be good. It takes time and practice. Yeah, and you know, like, the problem with young guys, too, is like, you want to live in certainty. Like, you want to sit there and you want to fantasize about this one woman that you like and that you think that you're supposed to be with. And honestly, like, I always say, like, guys who get their heart broken early are, like, lucky. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, you're not supposed to live in certainty. That's like wanting to crawl back into like your mother's womb to live in warmth and certainty. You got to embrace uncertainty. Like, you don't know who you're going to meet and how much you're going to like this woman or whatever it's going to be. You just don't know. So you have to be willing to do that. And as long as you keep embracing uncertainty and you keep pulling out boons from the darkness here and learning from that experience, you're eventually going to make it out of that pathway instead of just being upset and frustrated about this one person or whatever it happens to be.
Why not?
Yeah, okay.
Why not? Yeah.
You got to be out there. It's just like Dontavius says, man. Let me pull up Dontavius again. Dontavius is the man. I need you guys to follow Stay Gaming Daily. All right, Dontavius, what do you got to say about this?
Yeah. What's today's quote of the day? You gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girl. Just stay gaming.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, Don.
I know he says don't focus on no girl, but you know what we all know what he means. When he says,
yeah. What's today's quote of the day? You gotta stay gaming, bruh.
You gotta stay gaming. You just gotta stay at it, man. You know, you gotta keep going, keep getting better, refining things.
I've that before.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why not. What is the point of women?
Exactly. W. Dontavius. Yeah, Elena's right. Don't have one-itis syndrome. Exactly. He got it. I would love to see the same animation for chat. MCD, is there nothing, sir, that can bring you out of that? You know what? Hey, maybe that model or whatever that was became Chad. You know, he made it happen then, and he broke out of that. Boom. From Benji right there. Exactly. All that effort for use ran through Box. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. You don't know what you're going to find out there. I don't know. Maybe somebody was or whatever, but you got to keep jumping into uncertainty like Super Mario jumps into those paintings. You know what I'm saying? That's what you got to do. Elena says for men, don't have one-itis. For women, have one-itis. Biology and psychology. Prowler. Yeah, we got Prowler going. Heck yeah, man. Shout out to you, Prowler. Welcome in, brother.
Money. But I think in my experience, relationships usually work the best when the woman likes the man more than he likes her, because then she's willing to lower some of her standards and actually have some skin in the game and invest and be willing to take some risks. But right now, I think that women just have, you know, I mean, if we're talking about, you know, average men, women have all the choice, all the options, all the leverage. So it's almost like you need to give men more options, and then women have to, because right now it's men competing for the women. all the dating advice online is all about what men need to do to get women. Women are the prize. And then when you look at like same-sex relationships, it's like, you know.
This is like early red pill, you know, especially things like, at least as far as like the subreddit went, abundance mentality, plate spinning. Like when he talks about the average man situation here, that was the sort of the pickup artist solution to that was, well, you know, if you're chasing more than one, then it's going to remove her from the pedestal by virtue of that. Tradcons don't like that because that goes against monogamy and all that kind of stuff. Then the question is, how do you make monogamy worth it? That's where the dowry system
Do
comes
women
in.
need to have confidence in game to approach other women? It's so much more balanced, but you know.
Elena says, I agree with MCD. All that effort for a used up P sleeve, but he got some experience and learned a few things, right? Yeah, he did learn a few things. Let me tell you, any woman, and I'm, you know, again, this is just one guy's experience. I'm just saying, any woman that you talk to, you're going to learn something from. I think so. That's a mindset I have. And, you know, you might think, oh, it was just her, but then you talk to another woman. Maybe she's an older one, maybe she's a younger one, and you think, wait a minute, these two women that are kind of from different parts here, even of experience, it wasn't just an immaturity thing. Women are just like this, whether she's in her 30s or she's in her 20s, you know, or even older than that. So that comes from experience. That comes from learning things. You know what I mean? Like, I love learning things. It's amazing. And that's part of it. So I like what you're saying there, Elena. Chad got it for free. If anything, she paid Chad's bills. Chad got paid. I won't. If she looked good, I'd just check the woman out, then completely ignore. Your time's coming, Prowler. We don't stop out here, man. We stay gaming.
It's like, when you start to look at same-sex couples and how that dynamic works, it's like when women date women, who's responsible for paying all the bills? But as soon as a man is involved, now he's got to do all the work. Why? Because he's got to follow the masculine script.
Mm-hmm.
That's anything women don't want to do is labeled masculinity. So it's
that's an interesting way to look at that. I like that.
Femininity,
So true, Eddie.
femininity is almost an excuse for women to avoid accountability.
Okay, can you give me an example?
You know, it reminds me of something. I shouldn't cut him off, but I was reading something. I've been perusing this subreddit called "Waiting to Wed," and it's all about women. I showed this to you guys last week that are just upset that their man hasn't proposed to them yet. It's been 5 years. It's been 6 years. It's been 3 years. Whatever it is. And there was some posts I was reading in there, and they were like, you know, they were talking about, oh, and you know, you guys been living together, and you're paying half the rent. And I'm like, well, if you weren't living together and paying half the rent, what would you be doing? Either you'd be in your father's house. That's probably where you know, might be a better idea to be. Or you'd be paying full rent somewhere as an adult, like as an adult human that works and pays bills. You know what I mean? So it's like, is it such a tragedy that you're paying half the rent? If anything, it's doing you a favor because you're paying less than you otherwise would be paying unless you chose to go to your father's house. And at that point, then you're going to probably have to listen to what your father has to say. And he might have some influence in some of your, you know, life decisions coming up there. A lot of people, they don't want that. They don't want to be there with in their father's home. They want to be independent and they want to pay their own bills. Okay, well then, why is it such a tragedy to pay half the rent with your boyfriend if you're going to be paying full rent if you're not living with him?
When you have women say, I want a strong masculine man to put me in my feminine, it basically just, does a man need a soft feminine woman to put him in his masculine? You know what I mean? It's like, for women, femininity is conditional. For men, masculine, like, it's a woman's prerogative to change her mind, but it's a man's duty to be consistent. Mm-hmm. So it's just all about, you know, men are held to a standard. We all talk about the female entitlement problem. Women are entitled. Well, how do you address women's sense of entitlement without first addressing men's sense of obligation? People will say that, you know, well, it's all natural and, you know, masculinity is a natural process. Well, then why are men shamed to be sculpted that way? Do we have to shame birds on how to fly?
That's an interesting question right there. You know, and that that goes in. I think that question right there might reveal that there is this cultural aspect to what masculinity is and how we view it that's built on top of, you know, whatever the innate differences between men and women, biologically speaking. And to some extent, the way we view masculinity or the way it's practiced is influenced by culture. And, you know, we're going through a process and things are changing, new technologies and stuff like that. So the question of what is masculinity, I think, is a very important one. Missing some stuff here. Giovanni says 15 unsuccessful dates times 100 a date. Bop House baddie for the hour. Oh, gosh.
They, you know, there might be a degree of that's natural, but I think that I think that masculinity is almost being hijacked, and it's kind of being defined as...
I think it's definitely being hijacked. I mean, it's either hijacked by feminists to say this is what men should be, or it's hijacked by tradcons to say this is what men should be, or even by, you know, some red pillars and saying this is what men should be. And so men are just caught up in this, you know, these three sort of prevailing groups here fighting over what masculinity is and, you know, how to be a quote unquote real man. So it puts you in a position to look at it and make decisions for yourself. That would be the best thing to do. And he was kind of alluding to some of this earlier as far as tradcons and feminists and red pill gurus go.
You know,
what's the card? Yo, shout out username. Shout out username. I like the penguin profile picture. It's called, you know what? Let me see if I could pull that up. You gotta stay gaming. It's this right here. Deep Learning Cars. I added it to my playlist. Maybe I can share that with you. Man, this Black Widow video looks pretty good. Sometimes I like to watch nature stuff. Let me put this in here. Or I'll just put it in the, well, I'll put the link. I don't even know if you can, oh, damn it. I don't know. Sorry. I don't know if you can actually click the link from here, but it's called Deep Learning Cars. There we go. 8 years ago. So look for that one. The last dating video you will ever need.
You've got to check all these boxes. And
guys, we're about to hit 4 hours. I know I don't mean to dip out before 5, but I will probably, you know, start cueing some music and doing a conclusion on this. I mean, we're definitely going to need a part 2 on this, but let's give it a few more minutes.
I think that, you know, it wasn't always this way throughout history. And so, you know, we have to kind of compare how we got to, you know, where we are currently in the dating market.
So what do you think is different today than, like, sorry, what part do you mean it wasn't this way for all of history? Because wouldn't you say for most of history, men, like, were the head of their household, like they did provide to some extent? I know there was the dowry that women brought, but it came from her dad, not her.
Right.
Well, not all the time. Now, there's nuance to that. Primarily, you can say, yeah, the father's responsible for that, but it wasn't just that. And the whole family scrounged together to do that. That's how we got our, you remember last week's clip from The Quiet Man. Man, I gotta see if I can find The Quiet Man now. And we're gonna watch it right now. The Quiet Man archive. I think it was at the 39-minute mark. It's not just about her father. It's not like that simple. It really is the whole family's contribution. And it's even her working herself. So we're going to watch this again.
The first part has instructed me to inquire before entering into formal negotiations.
All right, so yeah, someone's basically saying, hey, I want to parlay with you about marriage, and sent this guy to send the message to her.
The party to the second part thinks kindly of the general idea, or in his own words, American, yes, he wants to know if you go for it.
And he's an American guy, and he made a bunch of money in America, so now he thinks he's better than tradition.
Go for it. And if you do, I'll speak to your brother.
Oh, that won't be easy.
Oh, as well I know it. He'd as soon put his clog of a fist in me teeth as bid me the time of the day.
Oh, now tell me, what did Sean, I mean the party of the first part, say about my fortune?
He said...
What did he say about my fortune? She's talking about her dowry. So what did he inquire about the dowry?
He doesn't give it. He says it's a matter of complete indifference to.
Because he's American and he's been taken over by romantic chivalry and doesn't understand what he's doing.
He says he doesn't give it. He says it's all one to him if you come in the clothes on your back. Or without them, for that matter.
And now she needs to maintain honor because that would be a complete slap on her family's face if they're known for sending out their daughter with just the clothes on her back. Like, this guy that's inquiring of her actually doesn't understand that because he's doing this based off of a love match. But traditionally, like, that is a dishonor for the family.
Oh, he did he? Well, a fine opinion he must have of me if he thinks I'd go to any man without a proper fortune.
Exactly, without a proper dowry.
Your dowry, it's my right.
And this you may tell your Mr. Party of the first part, that when I wed, whatever's my own goes with me.
Okay, let's hear about where it came from.
Get up, little man. And all this furniture is mine, and I have china and linen.
Yo, furniture, china, and linen is not cheap.
And 50 pounds in gold my father left me.
50 pounds in gold that her father left her, okay.
And my mother's rings and brooches and my grandmother's...
The mother's rings and brooches, that ain't cheap.
Wedding veil and her...
My grandmother's...
Silver combs and...
My grandmother's wedding veil and her silver combs.
Buckles and...
And belt buckles.
30 pounds odd in notes and silver I've earned this...
And 30 pounds odd that she worked for. So she's waiting for her marriage. She's been working the whole time. And she's been using that to add to her dowry to increase her prospect on the marriage market. So it's not just her father. The whole family is really working together to scrounge and scrimp and save what they can. The mom's spending less than she otherwise would. Mom's working. The dad's working. The daughter's working. Grandma's trying to get involved in this, maybe grandpa too. That's where, when we were talking about the framing of the conversation, I'm like, get your dad on the phone, get your mom on the phone. Let's get grandma on the phone. Let's get your, uncle on the phone, right? So the whole family's putting together in this pot.
Past 15 years.
15 years she's been working.
That's all.
You're a well-propertied woman. I wouldn't mind marrying you myself.
See that? So, yeah, it's not, it's kind of simplistic to say it's just from the father. I get it, but there's more to it.
Right. Well, okay, let's go back to like maybe the 1970s. I wasn't necessarily alive then, but I'm saying if you talk about, back then it was, make love, not war.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we were kind of like a little bit more headed towards equality back then. I think that, okay, look at it this way. You had, during the Vietnam War, you had women actually marching for, men being sent off to die in war.
Oh,
so,
I see. And now today it's like, you're not a real man if you don't fight in war. Okay,
Not
I
only
see what you're saying.
not only that, but I mean, look at the male deletion rate, right? And it's like, okay, so why aren't women marching for those lives today?
Yeah, you didn't they do like a 1 million man march a while ago?
You're talking about like in the 90s?
I think that.
had,
I know. That's what I was thinking. Like it was in the night, like no time recently.
Yeah, I think that was more due to police.
I wanted to read Elena's comments. She wrote some stuff. I still think that these cute alpha men tend to have some experience with women that they sell to other men. If you follow our steps, you'll get the women. And these alpha men are not the majority of the male population. Essentially, alpha men have standards and frame whether they spin plates or choose to marry. Either way, it doesn't come by default. Men must become, hypergamy is not a straitjacket. Different women want different things. But true, most delusional feminists want all sixes. 666. Before I go, we called unintelligent on the side of town, and we are not. Just look at the excellent grammar in the comments. We're actually right, and I'll fall on that sword. We're the good ones. Man, shout out to you, Benji. Thanks for hanging out. I'll probably call this here real soon. Let's just see if we can get this conversation to a good place. Probably another few minutes, and then
and racism and stuff like that. I think it had more to do with that than it had to do with just kind of like
Oh, really?
As far as I remember, I think it had something to do with like the Rodney King.
Oh,
riots and
I
that kind of
totally
thing.
thought it was for men. I don't know. I wasn't a lot, or if I was like 5. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
well, we're trying to, like I said, we're trying to do forensic investigations on what happened in the past and how it correlates in a modern context.
Yeah, and that's the tough thing. Women are so good at rewriting history too. So you have to like sift through so many historical documents to even find I just had This Is Shah on the channel. And
Hey, shout out to me. Oh, dang. Oh, I forgot about that. I was mentioning this. Oh, man.
was talking about the dowry in depth. And I couldn't believe, why don't conservatives talk about that?
Yeah, I mean,
man, one thing I wish I could have had the time to show Pearl was the newspaper articles. I think she'd get a kick out of that. But it all comes in time and stuff like that. But yeah, having the documentation, showing people the documentation, I think is something that really is oh, wait a minute. And I think that a lot of what we've done on this channel is show the documents. We have the documents right here on the table. You know what I mean? And that's the mind-blowing part. So it's when you see it there, when you're looking at a marriage contract or something like that, and you're wait a minute, he's bringing this and she's bringing that. What the heck? You know what I mean? Then it really illustrates it in a way that I think people are it's so hard to deny. So yeah, I've really liked the newspaper article.
Exactly. And so just more people should ask what is a dowry? And I just did an episode on this, inspired kind of by what he was talking about. He actually did a fantastic conversation with Paul Elam about this,
Shout out to
bringing
Paul.
this up. And so it's okay, when you think about it, some of the most masculine men throughout history, Julius Caesar and King Henry VIII, they took dowries. And yet,
and pretty much everyone in the monogamous, from top to bottom.
Today, we're being told that you're not a real man unless you pay 100% of the bills to put the woman in her feminine.
And you better not ask her for nothing. How dare you? You're not a real man if you don't got it all figured out.
So when you talk about rewriting history.
And then they want you to get married early somehow. How that's supposed to happen, I don't know. Oh, you know what I mean? It's just
this idea that, men just have to, this is the way it's supposed to be, and it couldn't possibly be any other way, even though when you look back in history, it wasn't always that way. So why are we conveniently ignoring those arguments? So I want to see more kind of people being challenged on what they're saying, and not just the feminists, but I want to see, a lot of these influencers and masculinity coaches and pickup artists and stuff like that. I want to see them all get challenged, because at the end of the day, we're all just searching for truth.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't like when I ask questions, I'm not necessarily trying to tell people what to think.
Mhm.
I just want them to think for themselves. And I'm trying to extract the truth. And sometimes I have a perception of what I think the truth is. But by no means am I saying I have all the answers. I'm just, go ahead and change my mind. Let's try to figure this out. But, these are real issues and these are real problems, and we want to have real solutions and not just sit here and, try to sell people a fantasy that is unattainable.
That's a great, I think that's a great place to leave it on. That's a great point that he's making. And one thing that comes to mind for me is that, tradcons will go as far back as 1950s when it comes to marriage and marriage standards. But for some reason, there's this just giant, it's you go back to 1950s and that's as far as they want to go. And then the next thing that they think is before that is is buying women for cattle, which isn't even a correct characterization of bride price or bride wealth. So that's another problem. But the whole dowry part, I don't know if it was the feminists who did that. The gynocentrists altogether somehow excised dowry history from collective Western memory. It's crazy. It's almost I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but it's almost like they did it on purpose, literally somehow. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think that's a good place to leave it there. Man, I know we do usually go through the comments here, huh? I mean, I think we're going to have to come back to this. This is a long discussion, and there was a lot of good stuff in there. So, I know I say that a lot, where we're going to have a part 2, and then something happens, and I'm like, oh, I got to react to this. and then we don't have a part 2. But you know, I think, you know, there's a good chance we're going to have a part 2 on this. Okay. For the past 40 years, fathers taught sons duties, mothers taught daughters entitlements. We've come to the point in society that social media and affirmation are more important than family responsibilities, duties, and accountability. Men only provide protection to society if it offers honor and respect. Thank you, Elena. Appreciate that. Awesome show today. Thank you. Prowler Soldier says, W, no way. These women need to act nice or I'm avoiding them like an invisible ghost. I'm not damaged. I have ADHD and I don't know. I guess I'm naturally overthinking so much. I wish I could change something, but I can't. I think, you know what, man? I think it's going to be okay, man. It's going to be all right. We don't stop out here. We stay gaming. Women role completely disappeared, but everyone expected men to keep following their roles. Yep. Was married with 2 kids for 23 years, then was cheated on and ran through the courts. Oh, yeah. I haven't even bothered to go on a date since my divorce. Dang, marriage is 100% off the table. That's unfortunate. I mean, that's tough. You're married to someone for 23 years and then you got to come back into the dating world and it's 2025 or whatever. I'm not sure when his divorce was, but feminism didn't free women from the chains they thought they had. It freed men from the chains they didn't know they had. I'm so happy to see so many men waking up. It gives me hope for my sons. Love this awakening by men. Now marriage either stops or we totally revamp our family courts. Start with child custody is always 50-50. If you file for divorce without real cause, I'm not happy, is not a cause to break any contract. Then you leave with nothing and have to pay for court costs for starters. Men are in love, women are in business. Yup. True. Someone probably said CGA there. There we go. I really like that one. But yes. I tell divorced men all the time, don't remarry. In order to qualify as a man, it's all about serving women. That's exactly what's going on. This interview is gold. Okay. Speaking from experience, women don't want men who go to war today. Modern women will say that it's a man's duty to fight wars, yet those same women will look at you as undateable because you have CPTSD. Women will make fun of my war medals, my disability from war, and say no one made you go. However, men will shake my hand and offer to buy me a beer for doing what they themselves would not. They realize I volunteered for war so they wouldn't be drafted. Women are very cruel today. I had to protest to have an American flag put in a public park, federal law, by the way. On the opposing side was nothing but women saying that the American flag is offensive. One of those women was a former teacher of mine and a former teacher of Nathan Elrod. Nathan Elrod was killed in Ramadi, Iraq in 2006. I was injured in Fallujah, Iraq in 2006. And our former teacher is protesting against the flag we fought for and Nathan died for. Rest in peace, Elrod and other warriors till Valhalla, my bro. Wow. If it wasn't for the manosphere, I would still think I'm the only one having the problem with a certain woman, that we all are having similar problems being used and abused. It's where the comparing in the notes happened. At about 25, I realized all women wanted the bad boy, so I started acting like a scumbag when I went out, and the number and quality of women that went after me skyrocketed, but it makes you lose respect for them. We aren't lonely. We are just self-aware. We know now that most of us are just not attractive to most women. We understand that is why we are just going our own way. It's freedom investing in yourself. Men have a right to enjoy life. Thank you, Pearl. Legalized prostitution won't do much. We've had that here in the Netherlands for a long time. Guys are not only looking for sex. They want the fairy tale, the girlfriend who loves them. It all starts to change when everyone realizes that women shouldn't vote. This is a real treat, Pearl. Thank you. Then they don't want to spend their youth. Pearl, hear me out. The most insulting thing for a man is that women who left us in their 20s come crawling back to us in their 30s. They may very well feel like they're settling, but to us it feels disgusting that they come back to pawn off their leftovers to us after denying us their prime years. This guy is so smart with this questioning. When he does his street interviews, he's the best out there. Absolutely. Shout out to John from It's Complicated. Guys, don't feel discouraged if you struggle with women, either because your relationships all have turned miserable or because you can't attract women at all. Just don't simp. You're capable of much more than simply putting the D into the V. You have other talents in life. Go pursue those goals and put your soul into it. You're capable of a lot. These 304s will be broken and miserable in the next 20 years while you've built yourself up a full life for yourself. It's Complicated Channel, best interview channel on YouTube. Chandra's Feminism. Women are simultaneously empowered girl bosses and victims. You can only ever truly know which one until the moment they decide which one suits them best. If 80% of men opt out, it will cut out foodie dates and being used. That would put huge pressure on chads. That's an interesting thought. All right, so let's go ahead and get some songs going on. I think we need to listen to Matricious first out here. Let me see if I can get Oh, I need to bookmark Matricious. Let's get that going. Another banger right here. All right, legends, we made it. 4 hours, 15 minutes. I think we'll get 3 songs in. That'll take us to 4 hours, 30. I appreciate everybody who was here. Thanks for everybody who hit the like button. We had some good viewership today, I'd say. Thanks for anybody who donated. Appreciate that. I'll try not to spend that on fun things like cigars and other various items. So yeah, we'll just move in with that. Hopefully, folks, you guys got tomorrow off. Some of you are probably working. Hope the Sunday's good. Oh, that's a loud song right there. There we go. Is that too loud for y'all? Matricious. Meretricious. That's the word. So I learned a new word today, and it's called meretricious. Oh, man. All right, let's move into the classics. I'll have to listen to that on my own. Shah's Bold Endeavor. I think we'll call it with this one. Any chats that I missed? Doesn't really look like it. I acted like a scumbag sometimes and I was still alone, but I guess I dodged bullets a lot. Poor vet. I feel bad. Yeah, he's definitely had a rough go. Yeah, big shout out to everybody who watched. Same time next week. I know I say every week I'm going to do a standalone video, but, you know, I'm still trying to do a standalone video out here, which I got to do very seriously. I think I'm going to spend the rest of my night watching my beautiful, beautiful CRT TV. I don't know if I told you guys, but I came up on a Sony Trinitron 27-inch. One of my buddies was clearing out his old family home, and he was going to throw it away. It was literally by the dumpster, and I was like, no, let me save her. And I saved it. And now I have this beautiful Sony Wega Trinitron that has freaking composite, S-video. It's amazing. It's like a retro gamer's dream. Because you got to stay gaming. You know what I'm saying? Remember, guys, you got to stay gaming. Oh, gosh. Giovanni, great stream shot. Thank you, sir. I appreciate everything. You know, you've done all the super chats and just hanging out here and being with us and keeping the stream alive. That means a lot. Murder of Crows, man. It's always great seeing you. Something about your username just hypes up the stream here. Night, y'all. Shah, have a good one, man. Klaus says, great stream. Have a good evening, y'all. Thank you all. Have a great evening. And you have a great rest of your day because I know it's early over there. Klaus wakes up at 3 a.m. to watch this. So, I mean, gosh, that's more than I deserve, frankly. Shout out to you, Klaus. Prowler Soldier says, thanks, you too. Appreciate that, Prowler. It was great seeing you here, man. Maybe we'll see you again, man. God willing. Elena says, take care, everyone. Enjoy the weekend. See you next time. Thank you, Elena. I appreciate you spending so much time here and hanging out with us and participating. I appreciate that, and it's great. It's always great hearing your perspective. MS says, good Shah. Excellent stream. Thank you, MS. It's always a pleasure having you. I stay a warrior. Absolutely you do. That's true. We don't stop out here. We stay gaming. We stay warrior in. MCD says, see you. Remember, she's not your girl. It's just your turn. MCD dropping a classic red pill maxim there. Mr. Pitt says, Klaus is the real MVP. Klaus is the real MVP. Klaus has that, you know, I think Klaus in real life, if I imagine him, has like that quiet introvert swag a bit, you know. He's got that quiet gaming going on where he can pull by like being quiet, kind of. Giovanni says, good night. Dontavius and all the gamers out there. Yeah, shout out to all the gamers. We don't stop out here. We stay gaming. I'll let this run just because I like the song so much. I cannot wait to maybe have a cup of tea, maybe a cup of buttermilk. I drink buttermilk straight out like that. So yeah, shout out to everyone who checked this out. Oh gosh. Thank you again for the AI art too, man. I love that. The AI art's the best. I love it when you guys do that. It really adds a nice spice, a nice flavor to the stream. Just another layer of something we didn't expect to get. So